Good evening and happy election day. Welcome to the Alt Election live broadcast. I'm Mia Johnson. Good evening. Good evening and happy election day. Welcome to the Alt Election live broadcast. I am Mia Johnson.
And I'm Kinza Zafar, your East Coast producer. It's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're live with coast-to-coast coverage.
Today, we're bringing you alternative coverage of the 2025 Canadian federal election. This is content you won't get anywhere else, giving you real-time updates, on-the-ground reports, and expert analysis from across the country. Kinza and I are broadcasting at Toronto Metropolitan University's local campus and community station. We are broadcasting from Tikaronto, located on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. It's also within the territory covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. Bill Collins and Peter Wainwright are our West Coast hosts. They'll be taking over at 11 p.m. Eastern Time on the hour as polls begin to roll out on the West. Special thanks to executive producers Baylie, Rooke, and Catherine Fisher. This program is part of the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project coordinated by the NCRA. This initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. Our executive producers are Baylie, Rooke, and Catherine Fisher. Our producer for the whole show is Baylie Adams. Technical coordinator is Anthony Sanna, and social media coordinator is Ken Zakreski. We're looking at live updates from the Elections Canada website as they roll in. Let's talk about what we're seeing so far. Joining myself in studio today is Alan Gates. Alan is a professional marketing researcher, a political science major, and an election tracking enthusiast. Every hour, he'll be giving us in-depth analysis on what we can expect from ridings on the East Coast tonight as results begin to creep in. Alan, what are we seeing so far? What's going on?
Good evening. And this is my first time doing this live, so I'm glad we're starting off easy in the East Coast, where there are only about 32 seats, which are being contested. All the polls are closed in Atlantic Canada, including Newfoundland. And we do have results coming in so far. I guess if I'm to sum it all up, so far it's looking kind of what you would expect. Seats where the Liberals are leading or elected. And there is one Liberal who has actually been declared elected. Congratulations to Philip Earle in Labrador, the first MP elected this evening. But otherwise, right now we have 23 seats that are reporting, 16 Liberals leading or elected, 7 Conservatives leading or elected. I would say, as I look over the map versus kind of a projection for how the night's going to unfold or may unfold, if I'm either party, the Liberals or Conservatives, too early to tell, but the Conservatives are looking like they may pick up a couple of seats unexpectedly in Newfoundland. I have to say, though, it's very, very early.
Has the central Newfoundland seat been called? This riding was won by the Conservatives in 2021 by less than 300 votes. The two leading candidates are running neck and neck once again. Who took that?
It has not been called yet. About a third of the polls have been reported. Conservative incumbent Clifford Small holds a pretty sizable lead right now, about 62% of the vote. The Liberal candidate has about 36% of the vote. There's still quite a few polls to come in. Right now, though, looking like a Conservative hold.
All right. Is there any other ridings right now that are you got your eye on, Alan, that you've been watching, that you've been looking over, maybe specifically in Atlantic Canada, as those are the results that we're seeing in coming in first?
Yeah. So the story in Atlantic Canada is, and I apologize to all the NDP supporters and enthusiasts out there. There is not much of a story that may emerge for the NDP, at least out east. This is a story of Conservatives and Liberals. There are basically 4 ridings that we're looking to see if they possibly swing Liberal to Conservative, or pardon me, Conservative to Liberal, if the Liberals are going to have a chance at the majority government. We just spoke of Central Newfoundland. That's at least right now looking like a hold for the Conservatives. There are 2 ridings in southern Nova Scotia. There's South Shore St. Margaret's, as well as Acadie Annapolis. Both of those ridings, very early results right now. So really nothing to conclude there. Again, everything else right now is kind of shaping out as you would expect if you are kind of gunning for at least a Liberal victory in the election, but not necessarily a Liberal majority just yet. But again, very early. So we're going to get a ton of results pouring in about a half an hour's time.
Great. Thanks, Alan. We're going to move now to an interview that was done earlier in the week. Coming up next, what would it take to change the electoral process? A self-proclaimed reform nerd says the first past the post system is tired. It doesn't accurately represent the electoral body. We spoke to her last week, and she told us while electoral reform is taking a back seat this election to tariffs, like many other issues, it is still very much on the minds of Canadians today.
So proportional representation is actually an umbrella term which covers many different types of electoral systems, but they're all based in one principle. And that principle of fairness and equality is expressed in the electoral system as if a party gets 10% of the vote, a party gets 10% of the seats in whichever legislature we're talking about. If a party gets 30% of the vote, they get 30% of the seats. Hence the name proportional. So the seats that parties would receive in any legislature would be proportional to the votes that they received.
The first past the post system is something that's existed forever. There are Canadians who don't want this to change. Why should we change it now?
Well, I think what we can see, Mia, is that, well, first of all, I'm just going to give a little bit of history here. First past the post is something we inherited from the British tradition. So we've been using it, as people say, since 1867. And haven't we built a great country? And yes, we have. But we do know that the country has changed enormously since 1867. Our lives have changed enormously since 1867, but our electoral system hasn't. So given the changes that have occurred since the Confederation, it is not an unreasonable thing to look at whether or not our electoral system is still serving us the way an electoral system could and should. So we know that most Western democracies that are similar to Canada use some form of proportional representation. As I mentioned earlier, there are many different kinds of proportional representation based on the specific needs of the jurisdiction, and we would be looking at a tailor-made model of PR specific to Canada. But back to your actual question, Mia. Fair vote, first past the post basically rewards some voices while discounting other voices. So we know that it's not uncommon, for example, in any sort of provincial election or national election for a riding to be run by 17 votes. And that's a really close margin, right? But what that means is that anyone that wins the election wins with a very small percentage of the actual voters, which shuts out a large percentage of the voice. And so, in terms of governance, that's not a healthy thing. Governance should represent all of us. We all pay taxes. This is a representative democracy, but not all of us are represented properly in the legislature or parliament. And that's the basic fundamental issue with first past the post. It is not fair to all citizens across the board. Some citizens are more fair than others.
Yeah, thanks for that historical context, Sharon. I want to delve a little bit deeper into Canada's past. There's been criticism of the system for more than a decade. Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau promised to abolish that system during the 2015 election campaign, but he never got the chance to. Why did it fail? Why wasn't he able to push it through?
So that's a really interesting question, Mia, and I'm going to come back to the historical context in a moment after I answer your question.
Yeah, please do.
So what Justin Trudeau promised in 2015 was that this would be the last election using first past the post, and that he was going to make every vote count. And boy, those of us that have been working in the trenches for electoral reform were so excited, because that's the language of proportional representation. To make every vote count, there has to be some element of proportionality in the system. But in the 10 years, since Justin Trudeau made that promise, we learned a few things. And that was that Justin Trudeau's preferred system was something called ranked ballot, or instant runoff balloting, or it goes by a couple of names, but basically you rank the ballots, but you're still only choosing one member of parliament. And if you're only choosing one member of parliament, you are not getting, everyone doesn't have the same fair and equal voice. And what we know now is that that's what he wanted. And if that is not what he was going to be able to get, he wasn't going to enact any electoral reform. So you may remember, Mia, that back in part of the promise was to establish an all-party special committee on electoral reform, and he did do that. And the party, the committee had every opportunity to speak with the world's leading experts on electoral systems and various other aspects that relate to our electoral system as well, like, voting overseas and changing the voting age and things like that. It was a very comprehensive investigation into electoral systems and all things electoral. And they did a fantastic job. They really did have the world's leading experts. And it was, as I hate to call myself an electoral reform nerd, but I kind of am. It was so exciting to have those people speaking with Canadian parliamentarians, people who were tasked to make a report to Parliament. Unfortunately, because those experts did not recommend using ranked ballot. There was some politicking going on, within the committee, within the report making. And what Trudeau finally said was, well, we couldn't find a consensus on this. We're not moving forward. The electoral reform has actually been on the political agenda in Canada since 1919.
Wow. Okay.
So, this conversation goes a long way back.
Yeah.
And at the turn of the century, there was a huge movement, international movement around Western democracies and others, to adopt a new electoral system. It was a time of great change. Women got the vote. The labor movement was really growing and starting to exercise real influence and power. And the traditional power structures were not really that effective in this great moment of change. In many countries, it was right after World War I, and there was a real need for change. So the idea of proportional representation was really taken up by many, many countries around the world. And in 1919, the Liberal Policy Convention, did pass a policy to introduce some form of proportional representation. In 2021, it went to Parliament and it lost in Parliament. But we have been talking about it for a long time in this country. So when people say, oh, this is too rushed, we can't talk about it, let's continue to sort of think about it. Well, we have been thinking about it for well over 100 years.
All right, Mia, I feel like Sharon had so much to share during that interview. What were some of your key takeaways from that conversation?
Yeah. I think One of the big ones that stick out to me is just how much with our current system that people are constantly having to choose between two major parties that they may not necessarily resonate with. And that ends up some of those voices, the Greens, the NDP, Marxist-Leninist candidates, just some of those smaller parties don't necessarily get into parliament and may not be able to advocate for some of the things that are really touching the minds of voters. And they're not able to be received or don't feel received. But this is again a system that's been going on for so long. I think like with Justin Trudeau calling for electoral reform, that being a big part of his platform, it being sort of absent this election, it feels noticeably absent.
Yeah, of course. And I think that's what stuck out to me the most was like how like long this fight for electoral reform has really been going on. Like she said, over a century. So yeah, that really stuck out to me. Next up, we have our reporters, Owen and Amber, joining us to talk about some of their top stories that they're seeing and also preview some of our on-location coverage.
Owen, how are you today?
I'm good, Amber. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Yep, we're here live from the Met Radio studios as well. Owen, what are you seeing?
Well, I think right now, with the current polling data we have going on currently, is that, liberals are currently leading with conservatives followed up pretty closely. But even before this election has, with the polling today, the advanced polling has been like record breaking. It's astounding. It's over what 7.3 million voters came right before. So this is a pretty heated election right now.
Yeah, it seems that there's been a lot of interest in voting, and voters have really been turning out. It's been quite exceptional, actually.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think it's one of the biggest and hardest parts of any election is trying to get people motivated to go to the polls and participate in this election, in any election. So it's absolutely outstanding that this year's is like just absolutely groundbreaking.
Absolutely. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we're located in the downtown Toronto center. What are we seeing from candidates here?
Well, currently the polls are still open here for today, but in terms of advanced polling in the GTA currently, we're with the advanced polling, it's just under 500,000, so just under 500,000 have already voted here in Toronto. And for the population size of the city, that's absolutely astounding. Now, we don't know quite yet where those votes are going, but so it's still really anybody's game, especially with how many ridings we have especially here where we're located, which is the Toronto Centre, with our former candidate, I believe, was Marcy Ian, who is no longer going to be here. So it's her seat's completely up for grabs. I believe you done a little research into this about who's going to be on the hot seat.
Yeah, so Marcy Ian announced that she wasn't going to be running again in this election due to some personal reasons. But now we have Evan Solomon, who is going to be running, and I'm actually going to be reporting from his election party a bit later. So to all the listeners out there, please stay tuned because I'll have some updates there. But Evan Solomon is actually kind of an interesting character in this election because he was formerly a journalist and host of the CBC News, Power, and Politics show. But what happened during his media past has kind of garnered up some skepticism. So in 2015, he was fired from the CBC after a Toronto Star journalist alleged that Solomon had brokered art deals with people he was involved with in politics, such as the Liberal Party leader Mark Carney, as well as Jim Balsey, who is the founder of BlackBerry. So yeah, it was determined that some of his actions were inconsistent with the CBC as well as journalistic policies. But 10 years later, now in 2025, in this federal election, we have Solomon running as the Liberal candidate for Toronto Centre, who is replacing Marcy Yen.
And with that knowledge that you have his previous scandals, or this alleged previous scandal, how do you feel about him going into this election? Oh, we'll actually be back in 1 minute with Amber's take on this. And we're back. So Amber, like as I mentioned right before we went to break here, what are your thoughts on this kind of, this alleged art scandal with the Toronto Centre candidate, Liberal candidate?
Well, I think it's really interesting. I think that it'll be interesting to see if he has kind of regained public trust or if that trust was really broken in the first place. And so it's kind of, will he be able to break free from this history that he's had, or and then break into politics as an actual politician this time? And the predicted polls right now are suggesting that yes, he will take Toronto Centre, but that's, I guess, not for certain until the polls close. So for now, we won't know, but I will be reporting live from his um, election party later on tonight. So we'll see what people have to say about it.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly interesting, especially because Toronto Centre's rather historically a very liberal part of the election. And so, it's interesting to see that somebody's passed like that, especially someone who is in journalism. And as journalists, something like that to me is, rather alarming to kind of have in your past, especially with how big the names are in this scandal that, he allegedly did. So it's quite, it's alarming, it's interesting, and it's going to be quite the turnout about how it comes out. If he does take it, will this, come on to further haunt him while he's in office, or will this kind of thing go on to subside later on? And as he goes on to do whatever he does, if he does win.
And it is interesting because it's like if you are someone who is consistently voting liberal, you kind of have now two changes. There's no more Trudeau and now it's Carney. And then now in the Toronto Centre, it's no longer Mercian, and now we have Evan Sullivan. So I think that it'll be very interesting for those people who want to keep Toronto a liberal stronghold, kind of dealing with these changes and what that kind of reflects.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially because, I'm sure now more than ever, as time has gone on in Canada and the world has kind of become very politically divided. So it's rather interesting to find that Toronto is still very much a strong liberal hold in the country, and historically rather, when it comes to premiership and prime ministership, you're usually opposites. So, liberal premiers usually ends up having a conservative in office as prime minister, and vice versa. So with that, I mean, it's going to be interesting with no matter who wins, it's going to be a pretty tight race. Does that worry you at all, or do you have any concerns about that?
About it being a tight race?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we've seen the polls, the projected polls kind of flip-flop, especially obviously since Trump came into office, since the tariffs came into place. And it's really interesting because it's kind of sidelining some of the issues that would normally be at play in a regular election. But now we have all these unprecedented issues like the tariffs, like the fact that this is even a snap election and it's not in the normal election schedule. It's just going to be really interesting. It is a little worrying because what happens to these other issues that are normally at the forefront when they're kind of overshadowed by things like the tariffs and also the threats of annexation as via US President Donald Trump, things like that.
Yeah, and I'm sure we've all, have heard all about, the 51st state that we are and the potential future where that might hold. And, there is always, I think, a worry about that now. As you mentioned, we live in unprecedented times, and I think the reality of it is that we've always kind of lived in unprecedented times, and that only gets truer and truer every year. I don't think anybody would have, expected Trudeau to step down quite the way he did and how early he did. And so I think most people would say that it is Carney's only thing he could do was to call this snap election. So, I mean, it's such a short amount of time for these politicians to kind of get their platforms ready and going. So, I mean, even just how short notice it all is going to be, incredibly interesting, especially with how it turns out, because this is the next 4 years of our lives.
Mm-hmm. And we've also seen this kind of snap election during an unprecedented time in the provincial election in Ontario. We saw that Doug Ford took a sweeping win, and most of his platform was strictly on, on the tariffs, on Donald Trump's threats. Do you think that this has a possibility of mirroring these outcomes in the federal election?
I think when it comes to the federal election, especially, Canadians, I think the hardest part about getting, you know, anybody interested, and this has been the hardest part about for Canadians in Canadian history, is how do you get Canadians to care about Canada? And I think this is, has done something that I think has never really happened, which is instilled and inspired a lot of patriotism and on both sides, liberal, conservative, NDP, everywhere. Everywhere you see now, everyone's very pro Canada, and that's the stance that everybody is taking here in this election now. It's all about the solidarity between Canadians, and so it's going to be rather like so. I mean, it's a confusing time, I would say, that not only is there this rising patriotism for Canada and everything that we do, Canadian industry, Canadian media, Canadian everything, but I don't think it's gonna play out in the way that any of us really truly expect in the polls or whatnot. I think it's going to be quite the surprise for anybody.
It is really interesting. And it's strange because uh, this kind of pro or like Canadian patriotism historically has kind of been more of a quiet patriotism. It's been, very proudly to be Canadian, but more in the like wear a Canadian flag lapel on your backpack when you travel, stuff like that. But now it's a little bit more like vocally Canadian. So it's really interesting to see how all the different parties are kind of almost capitalizing off of this idea and using it in their platforms because it historically has signified kind of different meanings, this type of patriotism.
Yeah, especially because of how big Canada is as a country. That, the west coast of Canada, it thinks differently from the Atlantic, from the central to the east coast, everywhere. Everywhere in Canada thinks differently. But now wherever you go, you can find exactly which products are Canadian in any store. Everybody's always talking now about the big game of hockey that we played and beat the Americans, and how Canadians responded to that with the 51st state. When we win the game, now all of a sudden America is the 11th province in some people's eyes. So this level of patriotism is it's crazy. It's not something that you see every day, especially in Canada. As you mentioned, it's a very quiet patriotism. And as we've seen with other prime ministers, with Stephen Harper, when he tried to kind of emulate some of America's patriotism with kind of infamously at one of his speeches saying, ending it with "God bless Canada." Everyone was just like, "Whoa, what is this? That's weird." It's not like it's a very quiet patriotism unless, we win a big sports game or something like we saw in 2010 with the Vancouver Olympics winning gold.
Hmm. On the topic of sports, it's really interesting because, we saw like Canadians booing the national anthem in those heightened times. And it's just going to turn out to be a really, really interesting one. We did talk about the Toronto Centre riding, the Liberal riding. Could you talk a little bit about the Conservative riding?
Of course. So in Toronto Centre, it's Louis Ibarra. Sorry if I butchered that. It's quite early, but we got a lot of names to get through. But he studied communications in Mexico. He's here in Toronto Centre. He's bilingual, English and Spanish. He is a proud member of the LGBTQ2 plus community. So, he's believes in fairness, equality for all. He's quite a strong advocate on mental health and fair wages and tax reductions for Canadians, which is, the tax reductions at least are a very standard conservative package for conservative candidates. So he's quite a different type of, when you think of conservative, he's quite a different aspect of it. And that's kind of all the time we have now. So thank you, Amber, for your time. And
Thank you.
we'll be turning it back to our main hosts.
Thanks, Amber Ranson and Owen Thompson, for that wrap up of what's going on in Toronto right now. Now we're going to move to something a little bit different. The Conservative Party's unwillingness to speak to media outlets has been making the news in this election. Journalists haven't been allowed to travel with Pierre Poilievre on his campaign trail bus or by plane, ending a tradition that has long been practiced through previous elections. I'm here with Mel Woods, who is a journalist and the senior editor, audience engagement, and author of the Rainbow Votes newsletter at Extra Magazine. They're here today to talk about this media dilemma as well as to explore some issues facing the queer community in this election. Hi, Mel.
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have you here. I want to start just a little bit with Poilievre's media strategy. In the past, we've seen some occasional unfriendliness to the media, but Pierre Poilievre has taken a very hard stance against the media. Can you tell me a little bit about his press strategy?
I mean, it is largely barring the gates to so-called mainstream press. Anybody kind of outside of this sort of alt-right influencer space, I would say. And that's taken the form, like you mentioned before, of kind of limiting the traditional campaign brouhaha, which for those who aren't aware, traditionally in federal election campaigns, there's just like a busload or a plane load of journalists that travel with the major party leaders for all, 5-6 weeks, however long it takes. And they stop in the various parts and they go to all the press conferences, and it's a whole thing, and media outlets kind of buy a ticket on that. The Liberals did that this year. There's a group of journalists who travel with Mark Carney. Poilievre and the Conservatives just cut that off entirely in 2025. And so as a result, we've seen kind of weirdly limited coverage of the Conservatives because journalists haven't actually been able to ask questions or hold people to account. At pressers where he does have it open to journalists, it's been limited to like 2 questions, 3 questions, and conservative staffers are often controlling who gets to ask those questions. And so you're seeing outlets like True North or like Rebel kind of getting to be able to come to the front of the line, and actual legitimate journalists being completely left out. And so it's an interesting strategy, whether it works or not, in terms of, I think that the general voter base has expressed some confusion or opaqueness that has come with the conservative policies and platforms because they just haven't been talking to media. Here at Extra, we reach out to various candidates, we reach out to various platforms based on LGBTQ+ issues, and the Conservatives just never answered any of our emails. And I think that's the case. We're kind of used to that. Progressive media outlets, further more issue-oriented progressive media outlets, are used to that. But I think the big difference in this election is you're seeing the mainstream outlets, the CBC, the Globe and Mail, Global News, CTV, also get that treatment from the Conservatives.
Yeah, you mentioned it's been different in the past. What are some of the, I guess, consequences of that, of not being able to get that voice and to hear from those candidates?
Well, I mean, in like a bare bones meat and potatoes journalism way, it's accountability. You promise, for example, Pierre Poilievre keeps on saying that he is going to end wokeism and never gives opportunity for somebody to ask him what he means by that or what he is actually going to do to end wokeism. And that's the role that journalists play in a campaign like this, is to be able to say look at these policy statements being put out by these federal leaders and say, okay, how are you going to do that? What does that actually mean? What does that actually look like? And challenge them on some of these issues. And so the Conservatives have taken a strategy of kind of bubble wrapping themselves to being challenged on a lot of these issues. And again, we will see tonight how that works out for them because it has been a really intentional strategy.
Mal, I want to talk a little bit about the Rainbow Votes newsletter. This was started in 2019, but you've since taken over for the 2025 federal election. Could you tell me about the newsletter? What's happening in it? Yeah. What have you been working on? Yeah.
Yeah, so here at Extra, for those who aren't familiar, we're an LGBTQ2S+ focused publication based in Canada. And so back in 2019, our former politics editor, Erica Lenti, started up a pop-up newsletter tied to the federal campaign called Rainbow Votes. It came back in 2021, came back in 2020, tied to the US election. And so when we were coming into this 2025 election, we decided to bring it back as a way of kind of bringing attention to the issues that matter to queer and trans voters across Canada throughout this campaign, highlighting some of the stories and things that really matter to our community and to our audience and to our readers. And so it's been every week. If you subscribe now at extramagazine.com, you'll get the very last edition this Thursday with the results of this election. And it's been diving into different stories every week based on, what queer and trans folks are talking about, looking at the polling numbers, looking at the kind of big social media moments, when the various leaders went on Nardwar, very important, and that got a highlight in Rainbow Votes. So it's our way of being able to focus in on these issues and bring them to the forefront, even if the parties themselves are kind of barely scratching the surface of LGBTQ2+ issues.
And what have you seen each party talk about in relation to queer issues in this election? Where are the gays in the federal election party platform?
They are not there. And it's been really frustrating. I think that based on how prevalent queer and especially trans issues have been south of the border in the US, but also at the provincial level here in Canada, these are talking points. These are things that are actual policies that are impacting actual people. And our federal leaders have been vastly silent on either side of this issue, on affirming their support for LGBTQ+ communities or introducing terrible policies. We've seen a tiny bits of it here and there. It took until more than halfway through the campaign before Liberal leader Mark Carney affirmed that I think he said, he stands with all Canadians, and he was basically talking about how he would not limit gender affirming healthcare functionally or restrict charter rights for folks based on gender or sexuality. He didn't say it in those words because really vaguely talked about loving and supporting all people, which, bare minimum, we'll take it. But that didn't come until like halfway through the campaign. The Conservatives on the other side have been, like I said, extolling this idea of eliminating wokeism. What does that mean? And I think are really trying to toe this line of not going too far down the Trump road, as we've seen south of the border, while still trying to kind of play to some of those kind of like heavily farther right populist, socially conservative issues. And so we saw that in the actual Conservative Party of Canada platform. There was a line in there about, banning trans women from women's prisons in Canada, as well as this kind of like vague throw to other protecting of women's spaces, air quotes, which is a big anti-trans dog whistle. It's suggesting this idea of things like bathroom bans or other really harmful anti-trans legislation. But from the Liberals and Conservatives, that's about it. That's about it that we've had in this election, and it's been really frustrating because, I think my queer and trans community, we're scared right now because we're seeing what's happening in the States. We're seeing this like very intentional, regimented plot to restrict our rights, and we're seeing it happen at the provincial level. In Alberta, my home province, there's sweeping anti-trans medical policies, there are sports bans, there's things like that happening in Canada right now. And I think the federal leaders have been kind of playing scared to really affirm their support or say anything too radical on the other side because of the climate in the States. And I think that we saw that happen in the States with the Trump campaign, kind of that really infamous Kamala's for they, them, Trump is for you ad that they really heavily pushed in the late days of the US presidential campaign, kind of capitalizing on Kamala Harris's support for trans people and weaponizing it and turning it against her. So I think the Liberals in Canada see that and say, well, we don't want to get any Mark Carney is for they, them ads, so we're just not going to say anything affirmative or supportive of trans people. But then the trans people look at that and say, hello, excuse me, will you please stand up for our rights? So it's been a frustrating campaign in that way because these issues are going to come up in governance. These issues are going to come up in actual policy, however this election result falls. And it's disappointing that the leaders haven't been bringing them to the forefront in that way.
Previously, Polyev has like openly disagreed with the participation of trans women in women's sports teams, change rooms, bathrooms, all under the guise of sort of protecting women's safety. What could this mean for trans individuals if the Conservatives were to take a minority or majority government?
Well, the big question is federal jurisdiction with all of that, right? I think it was really easy a year ago for Poilievre to get those sound bites and to say those things at the time. It was, again, we were on the heels of Daniel Smith introducing this legislation in Alberta, Scott Moe in Saskatchewan, then Premier Blaine Higgs in New Brunswick. And so, he was kind of coming out in support of this seeming, however much you want to say, groundswell, I would argue with that, anti-trans movement in certain parts of Canadian conservatism. The difference with that is you get into an actual election campaign, and there's a good portion of the Canadian electorate who is not going to buy into that or vote for somebody who is espousing that. So he's quieted it down. Again, we've seen this kind of like vague anti-wokeism stuff. I bring all that up because the people who are calling for him to do these anti-trans policies aren't going away. So if he wins this election, if he becomes the prime minister, there is a certain very loud, very vocal section of his base who is going to be demanding policies around this. And we saw that at the Conservative National Convention with the types of policies introduced and passed at the party constitution level. And we're seeing that again in the provincial wings of the Conservative Party in places like Alberta. There is, again, not a high volume of people, but a very vocal minority of this movement that are calling for policies like this. And so I think that he's going to attempt to do some of that stuff at the federal level if he is elected. The difference, like I said, is jurisdiction. When it comes to things like healthcare, the federal government does not have a ton of control over healthcare. They can limit transfers to provinces that provide gender affirming care, for example, if they want to go to that extreme. In the Conservative platform, we see that line about federal spaces for women's spaces. Could that be, like we've seen in the States, a like federal building bathroom ban? He can't actually like introduce that at the provincial level. He could hypothetically say, oh, if you want to come to Parliament, here's, single gendered bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. Well, will he do that? It's going to be a big question. And it's a big question is like the color coming out of tonight, what the makeup of Parliament looks like, what the kind of vibe is, for lack of a better term. But there's still some stuff he can do. And he has also really made a point of saying that he will use the notwithstanding clause in his terms to go against mass murderers. But as soon as you start saying, I'm going to invoke the notwithstanding clause and start digging my fingers around in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that opens the door to doing that for all sorts of people. So there's a lot of different ways it could go. But I think that the fact that that line is in the platform and the fact that he has said those things a year ago shows that there is some level of a, call it a mandate, if you will, for him to be pursuing this sort of policy. Again, whether there is actual widespread support for it is highly debatable. But the grassroots, the people, the loud people in the room within the Conservative Party of Canada, there are some of them who want to see this happen.
Mm-hmm. In a newsletter you put out recently, too, you specifically were talking about incarcerated trans women and sort of maybe some of the unique challenges they would face in specific to his rhetoric on like pledging to defend women's safety. Would you to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, and again, this line that's in that we're talking about within the Conservative Party of Canada platform, it's a one-off line where he's referring to the idea of quote unquote, and I put this in massive air quotes, biological males in women's spaces. And this is, again, a very dog whistly incorrect term that anti-trans movements use to refer to trans women to create this kind of specter of men invading women's spaces or a danger to women. And so many of these kind of ideas or these movements are based on lies, untruths. There's not this kind of high level of verifiable evidence that trans women in prison are any threat to cis women inmates either. Just the same way as it is with bathrooms. There's this specter that the idea that trans people use bathrooms that align with their gender identity is going to like increase assaults of vulnerable cis women. And that's factually just untrue. There's just like not quantifiable evidence about that anywhere. The same as it is with sports. This is all a specter. And it's also a specter that is a moral panic that is based on these kind of societal fears that we have around women and children. And the way that these moral panics kind of grow within something like the Canadian conservative movement is really digging at that and saying like, oh, well, we have to protect women. We have to keep women safe from these biological males. But trans women are disproportionately harmed by the prison system compared to cis women themselves. They are the ones who are actually victims here, for lack of a better word. comparatively. And so it's all, like I said, it's all based on like falsitudes here. It's a moral panic. It's not something that the average Canadian actually cares about. And that's why I come to so many of these kind of anti-trans policies. And I talked about it a lot when it was happening at the provincial level too, is that your Joe Blow, you know, I'm out here in Vancouver, like an average voter, and even like talk about more conservative writing, Chilliwack, an average voter in Chilliwack doesn't actually deeply personally care about like the issue of like trans women in women's prisons. That's something they're kind of told that they need to care about. It's something that is constructed. And that's what we call a moral panic, is it's this kind of construction of an issue. And that's what trans issues at large have become for conservative politicians in the last decade or so, largely born out of movements in the UK and in the US, this stoking of these moral panics. And I think the Conservative Party of Canada is doing a lot of that right now, and that line is another example of it.
I want to just go back to press freedoms for a second here when we're talking about specifically through the lens of queer and trans issues. What have you been noticing specifically this election cycle when you're talking to candidates and trying to get in contact with them?
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be great if I was talking to candidates. You know, I think that, you know, we at Extra, we reached out to the federal party leaders, and we reached out to the various parties as well to get comment to do some roundups. And we have a story on our site looking at the stances of the federal parties, written by Daniel Lorenko, that you know, we sent out these kind of survey questions to each of the major federal parties. The Conservatives and the Bloc did not answer our email. The Liberals and the NDP kind of sent in bold statements, and it was only the Greens who actually answered any of the questions, question by question. And, you know, there's various degrees of that. I think people are very busy, obviously. There's, you know, they're listening to the CBC. They think the CBC has way more readers than we do. That's fine. But at the same time, I think it's really important to still be talking about these issues. And if you are going to do the performative allyship and you're going to come and show up at a pride parade this summer or whatnot, you also need to answer our emails and you know, actually be firm and say what you mean and what you believe in and what you stand for as a party, as a candidate, as an individual. And so it's disappointing, but I'm hopeful that in the coming, you know, weeks and months, and we do have a good track record at Extra. Our political columnist Dale Smith, you know, is on Parliament Hill. He builds those relationships with the governing, you know, MPs as well as the opposition MPs and whatnot, and we get those kind of commentary after the fact. But I wish during the campaign itself that we were able to be kind of in the trenches in the same way that some of these other kind of media outlets are. But it's challenging. I mean, resources are also a big thing. You know, it costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get that seat on the Liberal plane, and the K's, we don't have a lot of money, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, Mel, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate hearing all your insights, and thank you for all the great work that you do at Extra Magazine.
Yes, and thanks so much for having me. And yeah, good luck with the rest of the stream tonight. I'll be tuning in, and while watching with bated breath over at the I've got another screen over here with all the updates, and ooh, it's intense.
It's heating up. Things are happening. We're gonna go now. We have some results coming in, some ridings. We have 22 seats called for Liberals, 10 for Conservatives, and 1 for the Bloc. Kinza, our producer on the East Coast side, what is going on?
Yeah, thank you, Mia. Elections Canada is actually saying 21, 12, and 1. Currently, we have... sorry, just getting my bearings here. Mm, 1 minute, Mia.
No worries. That was again Mel Woods, a journalist at Extra Magazine. They're the senior editor for audience engagement and the author of the Rainbow Votes newsletter. After we hear from ridings from Kinza, we're going to be hearing from 2 local ridings, one in Montreal, it's the Notre Dame de Grace, and Corner Brook in Newfoundland.
Perfect. Yeah, we have some liberal strongholds that have remained liberal holds. We have St. Jean Kennebec in New Brunswick. We have Halifax in Nova Scotia, Cardigan in PEI, Dartmouth Cole in Nova Scotia, Beausejour in New Brunswick, Avalon in Newfoundland and Labrador. Labrador also remains. We have Cape Spear and Acadie Bathurst in New Brunswick, and Sackville, Bedford, Preston, all remaining liberal strongholds. Before we continue, let's throw to a break.
Thanks, Kinza, for those updates. We now go to a local riding. That's Notre Dame de Grace. That is Montreal. CHJO spoke with constituents last week. Liberal candidate Anna Gainey has canceled numerous public appearances. Voters are frustrated with this. They're frustrated with the MP's lack of public engagement. Adam Innes at CHJO has the story.
Thank you so much for joining U Multicultural. We're really happy to have you here with us. Can you please introduce yourself?
It's great to be here. This is a great opportunity. My name is Henrique Braga, and I'm a member of the Portuguese community here in Winnipeg. I'm involved in a variety of different centers and organizations, and also do the Portuguese media for the city of Winnipeg as well.
So, from election perspective and civic engagement, how proactive Portuguese community in Winnipeg and Manitoba?
The Portuguese have always been very interested in politics and making sure that their rights, especially since the majority of the immigrants here in Canada came at the time when Portugal was a dictatorship and never really having that opportunity to vote. So the voting and being representative has been an important part within the Portuguese community. So they do, many of them are active. I think one of the biggest issues that I came across, of course, were language barriers. And for our elderly or older, it's still a language barrier issue in really understanding what are the platforms of each party and trying to understand what that platform isn't an easy thing for them. In terms of the younger Portuguese, the apathy that exists within the Canadian society, they're part of that Canadian society. So we do see some of that as well.
Mm-hmm. So we had conversations with multiple ethnocultural communities here in Winnipeg, and some of them mentioned some barriers. So you mentioned that it could be language. The language may prevent them to understand the civic processes. So what else could be a barrier for the Portuguese community? Maybe some of them, like some people from the
We now go to local riding in Montreal. CHJO spoke with constituents last week. Liberal candidate Anna Gainey has canceled numerous public appearances. Voters are frustrated with the MP's lack of public engagement. Adam Innes has the story.
I'm Adam Innes from CJLO 1690 AM in the NDG borough of Montreal. This is our pack on incumbent MP Anna Gainey and controversy surrounding her few public appearances during this election. Booing and jeering at the Meet the Candidates event in NDG for the federal election, at the absence of sitting MP Anna Gainey. This is not right. The Meet the Candidates event is hosted by the NDG Community Council every Canadian federal election. It's a chance for community members to get to know the platforms of the candidates running in the riding for a seat in the House of Commons. Malcolm Lewis Richmond from the NDP, Marc Perez from the People's Party, Félix-Antoine Barrault from the Bloc Québécois, Arnold Downey from the Green Party, and independent Alex Trainman Montagano attended the event to answer community questions. Conservative candidate Neil Drabkin was absent, and most notably, sitting MP and Liberal candidate Anna Gainey was not in attendance. Gainey had sent 2 pre-recorded answers on housing and immigration to the event, which were played on a screen. Multiple members of the audience booed, walked out, and turned their backs.
$1 trillion in debt. How government creating debt? Where are the houses going to come from?
Anna Gainey has cancelled multiple public appearances in the riding, including her own campaign launch in March. The day after the NDG candidates meeting, Gainey was scheduled to appear at a meet and greet in the Montreal West Library, but cancelled the moment it was scheduled to start.
I am so sorry. I'm shocked as much as you are.
Here's the organizer of that event, librarian Deborah Marcoglese.
I really wanted to know a little bit about her, like personally, so I had a bunch of silly questions to ask that I'm asking all the candidates. The second thing I was very interested in knowing is, what does she know about Montreal West? Like, what are the big issues that, like, federally are concerning Montreal West?
Gainey had walked into the library and turned around and walked right out before calling in to cancel. There was a group of community members from the riding representing the group Vote for Palestine there. They were hoping to talk to Gainey about their platform this election. One of their members, Samer Alkdor, says she believes Gainey left because she saw them and did not want to face the questions they had about Gainey's positions on Israel-Palestine.
We're here today to talk to her, and just like any other citizen in this country. And I heard that she canceled because she doesn't feel safe. I don't know why. Just seeing the kafiyas maybe is scary for her.
What were you hoping to ask her if she came in and sat down? What would you have said to Anna?
Like, at least to endorse the Palestine platform and to see her stand on Palestine, since she's running for the elections right now. So this is like really important for issue, since I'm Palestinian. I have family in Gaza. So we need to know about the people that we're going to elect, if they're going to do anything in regards to Palestine.
NDG Westmount is projected to go Liberal and is considered a Liberal stronghold riding. Matthew Taylor is a doctoral candidate at the University of Montreal who studies party politics in Canada. He has a theory for why Gainey is not making many public appearances.
This is a riding that basically the Liberals need to be having a catastrophically bad election for them not to be winning. And for a candidate, that's going to create a lot of incentives to just not bother showing up in events. The worst you can do is actually hurt your campaign and yourself and your own standing by doing that. Which, I would say is a democratically problematic dynamic, but it is a dynamic nonetheless.
I'm standing out here in front of Anna Gainey's constituency office here in Westmount. Gainey has consistently denied an interview request with CJLO News for unspecified reasons. No one has spoken with me. I've knocked on the doors and I've been ignored by the people within the office. This is not for trying. We've attempted multiple times to phone Gainey's constituency office and her parliamentary office. For CJLO News, I'm Adam Innes.
Okay, now we go to Bay FM, CKVB, 100.1 FM in Corner Brook, Newfoundland.
100.1 Bay FM.
I'm Tanya Organ, local journalist at Bay FM, CKVB 100.1 FM, with a look at all 5 candidates running in the riding of Long Range Mountains. Recently, we featured a daily series on the Liberal, NDP, PC, PPC, and one independent. Before getting to know our candidates a little better, it's important to understand the riding which is being represented. Dean Clark has more in this report.
Long Range Mountains is exactly that. A series of mountains stretching along the west coast up to the northern tip of the island portion of Newfoundland and Labrador. Covering the entire west coast, it only came into effect in 2015. The two ridings of Humber St. Barbe Bayvert and Random Buren St. George's were combined. First elected in 2015, the riding has been a Liberal stronghold with Goody Hutchings as the Member of Parliament. This year's candidates are Carol Anstey of the Progressive Conservatives, Don Bradshaw for the Liberals, Robbie Coles is running as an independent, Pamela Geiger is with the People's Party of Canada, and Sarah Parsons is the new Democratic Party candidate. Long Range Mountains covers an area from Channel, Portabasque, and Burgeo in the south to St. Anthony and Lots of Meadows in the north. The city of Corner Brook is the largest community, and the riding also includes picturesque Grossmore.
Thanks from Bay FM. We are now cutting to our transition break. I'm Mia Johnson, and you're listening to Alt Election 2025 National Election Project, coordinated by the NCRA. We'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. Good evening and welcome to Alt Election 2025. I'm Mia Johnson.
And I'm Kinza Zafar.
It's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're live with Coast to Coast coverage. Kinza Zafar is our East Show producer, and I am the East Coast host. Bill Collins is our West Coast correspondent. He'll be taking over at 11 p.m. Eastern Time on the hour as polls begin to close out on the West. Special thanks to executive producers Barry Rooke and Catherine Fisher. Until then, let's see what's happening. What's the roundup? We have Alan Gates. Alan, what is going on?
If you are looking for certainty with what's come out in Atlantic Canada so far, you're not going to get it. We have the Liberals right now leading or elected in 22 seats, Conservatives in 10 seats. There's actually one Bloc Québécois seat that's showing as well. That is a riding in Eastern Quebec that kind of follows Atlantic Canada time. So if you're looking at the numbers as a Liberal supporter, you want to feel good. You've got 22 seats to the Conservatives' 10. If we look back, though, at the 2021 election, the Liberals actually took 25 seats out of 32 in Atlantic Canada. So again, they're actually down 3 seats from where they were last time. And if you recall, in 2021, the end result was a minority Liberal government. Now, again, I have to note, this is very early in the night. It's very early with the counting as well. Most of the ridings outside of Newfoundland were still, we've still counted half the polls coming in. But certainly right now, if you were looking for something a little more decisive as a Liberal supporter, wanting a majority government tonight, you are not getting it so far out of Atlantic Canada.
Alan, what are some of your projections maybe for some of the NDP seats we're looking at? I know NDP is really trying to hold on to their official party status. At the beginning of the night here, they're projected to win 5 seats when they need 12 to gain official party status. What do you have your eye on? What ridings could possibly go NDP?
Well, as a Winnipegger, born and raised, there are certainly 2 seats in Winnipeg that are pretty reliable NDP seats. We've got Elmwood, Transcona, and we have Winnipeg Centre, both of which right now are projected as kind of toss-up seats. My personal kind of gut feeling is that the NDP should be seen as the favorite in both those seats. The Elmwood Transcona seat was a hold in a by-election last year that was hotly contested by the Conservatives. So certainly they've got to hold on to those seats in Winnipeg. They have a couple of seats in Edmonton, which are, they're also looking to hold. Edmonton Strathcona actually feels like one of their safest seats. And then Edmonton Southeast is the other seat where right now not looking as good. And then it comes down to British Columbia. There are a handful of seats in Vancouver, the city of Vancouver, which are still possibilities for holds for the NDP. They did take almost all of Vancouver Island in the 2021 election. The projections are not looking as good right now in Vancouver Island. So they basically have to hold on to their seats in Winnipeg, Edmonton. They pick up a couple of Vancouver. There are a couple of seats in Ontario as well. And I have to scroll through my map to find them specifically. There is, and now my site is loading up again. I know that there is a seat in Windsor. There's a seat in Hamilton. I believe there's a seat in the in London as well, where there is hope for holding on to seats.
I'm looking at Nova Scotia right now, as 6 seats have already been elected for the Libs. And there are 2 that are leading Liberal and sort of 3 that are leading Conservative. The Central Nova riding, Conservative leads Liberal by 296 votes. And then we have South Shore St. Margaret's. The Liberals are leading Conservatives by 416 votes. Cumberland Colchester, Conservative leads Liberal by 349 votes. Conservative leads Liberal by 708 votes. What can you tell me sort of about Nova Scotia, Alan? Is it typically more Liberal leaning, more Conservative leaning? And based on these results, what are you expecting?
So there are 2 ridings that are showing a little bit different than kind of the projection right now. Central Nova is one that you've mentioned. It's actually been predicted to be a likely pickup for the Liberals. Again, the Conservatives are leading in that riding only by 200 votes. There are about half of the polls still to come in. It's a very, very close race. So there is plenty of time. South Shore St. Margaret is the other riding. Right now, the Liberal candidate has a small lead, about 500 votes out of about 20,000 cast. So it's a close race as well, but that could be a pickup for the Liberals out in Nova Scotia as well. Most ridings, as we've probably heard a lot when people are talking about these elections, you're looking at a lot more support for Liberals and NDP candidates in larger centers. And usually as you go more rural, you're seeing more support for the Conservatives. Right now across Atlantic Canada, that pattern is kind of falling out as you would expect.
And then I'm also just looking at PEI at the moment. We have 1 leading Liberal seat right now. The Egmont riding, Liberal lead Conservatives by 489 votes, 3.9% margin. We're almost sort of at the total for calling PEI here. And it's looking like it's going to be a pretty heavy Liberal race. So we're getting kind of close with our Atlantic ridings. What are you seeing in Quebec right now? Anything interesting that you're following, Alan?
Nothing in terms of actual results. We're actually, this is kind of the warm-up, 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. And it's been already a wild ride. At 9:30 Eastern time, we're going to be closing polls pretty much across Canada, except for British Columbia. So 265 seats are going to be emerging at that point, which is going to be pretty wild. I note that the results in Atlantic Canada don't give you kind of a decisive direction if you have hopes one way or the other as a Liberal or Conservative. But we have to note that the Canadian election is, to some extent, a series of regional elections. So results can be quite different from one to another. Quebec is one of the more interesting provinces. The big question in Quebec is going to be how much does the Bloc Québécois manage to hold? In the 2021 election, they took 32 seats. They are projected to lose a portion of those seats, and a good chunk of those could go over to the Liberals. And if you're a Liberal, you're counting on that flip in order to give yourself a shot at a majority government.
Thanks, Alan. That's great. He's going to be coming in, giving us in-depth analysis on what we can expect from ridings on the East Coast tonight as results begin to creep in. Alan is a professional marketing researcher, a political science major, and an election tracking enthusiast. Based on what we're saying, Liberals leading in Atlantic Canada, but they do seem to be underperforming the original expectations that we had. When polls close at 9:30, we'll begin to see some more results in Eastern Ontario. We're going to be going next up shortly to an interview with Dave Meslin. He's the president of the Riding Association of the Green Party and founded a number of initiatives in Toronto. The Toronto Public Space Committee is one of them. We'll be hearing from him very soon. This program, again, is the Alt Election 2025 coverage. Is coordinated by the NCRA. So now we'll be hearing from David Meslin. This was an interview that was done last week. Dave Meslin is an author. He has founded, again, numerous initiatives in Toronto. We're going to be hearing a little bit from our interview where we spoke about why minor parties run when they have very little chance in winning. We're just having some technical difficulties at the moment. Do you want to reiterate again, this program is part of the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project coordinated by the NCRA. This initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and Michener Awards Foundation. Special thanks to our executive producers, Barry Rooke. You can see him here on the screen right now, and Catherine Fisher, our producer, Baylie Adams, the East Coast hosts, Kinza, and myself, West Canada host Bill Collins and Peter Wainwright, technical producer Anthony Sanna, and our social media coordinator, Zen Zakreski. We will be throwing to an interview with Dave Meslin shortly.
I can join you for a moment if you want me.
Sure.
So this is Barry Rooke, Executive Director of the show and of the National Campus and Community Radio Association. Just taking a quick look at some of the other results that are happening as well. One of the very close ridings and races right now is happening in the newly formed the Terra Nova and the Peninsulas in Newfoundland, Labrador. So this is right in the central of the riding, recently held by Terrence Rogers, who just retired. Former school teacher and mayor in the area. The Liberal candidate Anthony Germain, former CBC host, is trailing by 2% to Conservative candidate Jonathan Rowe, with 77% of the total electoral amounts coming in there. So quite a close race. Newfoundland's actually been a lot closer than what was expected. A lot of people were expecting quite a lot on the red side of things, but we are seeing a pretty decent split between those two differences there. Paul Connors for the Liberals taking the riding of Avalon right now, and that looks like that will lean that way. And Liberal Tim Osborne is ahead in votes right now in the riding of Cape Spear. The central Newfoundland riding, which was and currently held by Clifford Small, was questioned to be part of the possibilities of something going in a different direction. With 82% of the votes in right now, he's holding a substantial 20-point lead. So it looks like Clifford Small will be staying around for the Conservatives in Newfoundland. But lots going on in the province there as we're working our way up to the next sort of set of releases of information and so on in the next little while.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. Thanks for that update. Appreciate it. There we go. We got Jesse Wentzloff here to provide some local riding updates. Jesse, what's going on? What can you tell me? Hi.
Hi, Mia. I'm Jesse Wentzloff from CGSF 90.1 FM in Burnaby, here with my colleague, Danny Nesvaderani. We're out here waiting for the polls to close in another 45 minutes or so out west, and just sort of eagerly waiting to be able to dig into something. We've got our eyes on some key ridings out here in the greater Vancouver area, particularly in Burnaby, our home city, which have been traditionally NDP strongholds and are looking like things might change. So that's sort of what we're drilling in on. In particular, of course, the riding of Burnaby Central, newly formed, but now sort of the pseudo-incumbent Jagmeet Singh's riding. Whether or not he'll be able to hold on to his own seat, according to polling, is very much in question and will be interesting to look at, particularly with the NDP being, fighting to maintain that official party status.
Yeah, great. Thanks, guys. Danny, what do you got going on?
So with Burnaby Central in particular, it is definitely a bit of a toss-up just because the last two elections, Jagmeet Singh has only held on to his riding by less than 10 percentage points. So with the state of the NDP in 2025, it does look to be quite precarious for him. There are other NDP strongholds within the area that are looking to be toss-ups. Peter Julian, who has been the MP for New Westminster for quite a few years at this point, is running against Liberal MP candidate Jake Sawatsky, who is freshly graduated university, and this is his first time running for any sort of political office. I attended a all candidates Q&A a couple of weeks ago within the riding, and it was very clear to me that the stance that Jake Sawatsky was taking was to be representative of Mark Carney's party. So it'll be interesting to see if that holds enough weight within New Westminster.
And of course, some other ridings we're interested to see the results in are Vancouver East, where Jenny Kwan has and the NDP have been in control for quite some time, and Vancouver Kingsway under Don Davies and the NDP. Both very responsive and well-liked members of parliament within the community, very active and engaged with their constituents. But with the way the polls have been showing, it looks like they might be in trouble to Liberal challengers. And beyond that, just, I guess, keeping tabs on, whether what happens out here has any impact on the overall results, or in terms of who forms government, or whether it's majority or minority, or at the very least, seeing whether the NDP can hold on to that official party status by holding on to, the majority of the ridings out here.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest narrative going into this election. Within BC specifically, I don't see there being a lot of change specifically within the interior, but I think the lower mainland is definitely going to be where to look within BC this election.
Great. Thanks, Danny and Jesse. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the updates.
Yeah, no problem. We'll be back, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so. All right. We will be heading to our local stations for some updates, and you can stick around here for an interview with Dave Meslin. That was teased just a little bit earlier. Just want to take a second to shout out some other key contributors and journalists that are included in this broadcast. We got Arbie Fru, Bob Yonkman, Michener Awards, Rob Haleman, Stephanie Hendricks, and Jesse Wentzloff, who you just heard from. We're throwing to local now in a minute, and we'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. We'll be hearing from Dave Meslin. He was born in Toronto. He lived there for about 45 years. He's now 2 hours northwest of Toronto in a little town called Markdale. We spoke last week about why certain smaller parties that have no seats in Parliament bother running. It is a lot of work as a candidate to run a whole election cycle, especially in an election like this when the time is so short. It is a snap election. So he's going to give us a little bit of insight into why those minor parties do run and why they still matter.
It's a lot of fun. The first step is to find a candidate. And I always encourage, I would do this for any party in any riding, is to have what's called a contested nomination. So instead of just picking the candidate that you want to represent the riding, you find a bunch of candidates and you leave it up to the membership of that party in the riding to vote on who they want to be the candidate. It's good to increase membership. It's just more democratic. It's more interesting. It's more fun. You'd be surprised how many riding parties don't have contested nominations at all. They just pick someone who they think will be best. All the parties have what's called a riding association, which is a group of volunteers at the riding level. Just to give some background there. And that group, the riding association volunteers, have a choice of picking one candidate or finding a bunch for a contested nomination. So we had a contested nomination up here for the provincial election for the Greens and for the federal election for the Greens.
Yes. And you mentioned that you had a very in-depth debate at that local party nominating meeting recently on whether or not your Green candidate should run. What can you tell me about that? How did this come up?
Yeah, it was an unexpected debate, but I think it was really healthy to have. So we had two people who wanted to be the Green candidate. One was Natasha Akwenzi, and the other was Blake Martin. And the membership was there to vote on which one they wanted to be the candidate. The candidates were kind of explaining who they were, their background, what their values are, and then we had questions from the audience, and then we had a vote. But before the vote, someone put up their hand and said, "Well, maybe we shouldn't run a candidate at all." And their theory was, and we hear this, of course, all across Canada all the time when it comes to smaller parties, that maybe we're just going to split the vote. And in an election where it's going to be either a Liberal Prime Minister or a Conservative Prime Minister, maybe we should just support the Liberal Party in this riding because we think on economic justice, climate change, social justice, a variety of issues. We're much more aligned with the Liberals than we are with the Conservatives.
Right.
So this guy said maybe we shouldn't run anyone, which was just kind of a disruptive suggestion to throw into the middle of an event where we were there to pick our candidate.
Sure, yeah.
But instead of shutting him down, I thought, why don't we have this discussion? So I said, his name was Robert. I got to the microphone. I said, "Robert, thank you for bringing this idea forward. the proper way to deal with this is to put forward a motion. So I helped them draft a motion that we would officially decide not to run a candidate. And when you have a motion on the floor, that opens it up for debate. So I said, who wants to speak in favor of Robert's ideas? Who wants to speak against? And we spent about 20 minutes talking about the pros and cons of why would we run a candidate in a riding where we know we have zero chance of winning, and we might even split the left and help a conservative candidate win. And I can go over some of the details with you, what the pros and cons were, but I'll go right to the spoiler, which is that in the end, we voted unanimously, the entire room, that we felt it was really important for us to have a green candidate in this election, in this riding.
It's very democratic of you to raise it as a motion.
Thank you. It's in my blood. It's in my DNA.
Yeah, I am curious about what some of the pros were that came up. Could you tell me more about that?
Yeah, the pros of not running a candidate were pretty straightforward. It was really just a fear that if we got 3% or 7% or even just 1%, that might be enough if we were to, that might be enough of the difference between the conservatives and the liberals. And that if we didn't run someone, we could help ensure that the liberals win one more seat, which would help Mark's party fear that we could actually be doing damage to our cause by running a candidate. Yeah.
I want to play you a clip. I want to do something fun here.
Okay.
I spoke to Green Party candidate Shane Phillips at the Toronto St. Paul's riding.
Okay.
And I asked him why he ran, and this is what he said to me.
Well, I said, you guys are playing a short-term game. If you are going to commit to a party, you should commit and have a long-term strategy for change. The Liberals and the Conservatives always play a short-term game, election cycles to election cycles, and the Liberals always say to their candidates, this is the important issue. Next cycle, it's going to be there's another important issue that we can't split the vote on, right?
Yeah. So what does he mean by playing a short-term game? Could you break this down for me? I know it was a little noisy in the background there, but
sure.
What do you think of this?
Let me flip it around and explain what I think the long game is. So if you look at the Reform Party, for example, which was in the 1980s, they started really small out west. I think in their first election they won only 2 seats, so they were very fringe. But they grew and grew and grew. They elected people all across the country, and arguably they ended up taking over the Conservative Party entirely. So if you look at the growth trend of anything, whether it's a fad or a meme or a popular restaurant or a popular brand of shoes, they all started somewhere, and they all started small. So it's really important for a political party to allow themselves to be small and to grow slowly in the hope that at some point they'll become a large player, a mainstream player. If every small brand, every small group, every small product, every small party quit because they were small, then we would never see innovative change. We'd never see entrepreneurial groups emerge into the mainstream because they were patient, because they played the long game. It's about patience, and it's about, just having faith that if you keep working at it, it'll grow.
Yeah, so when we look at these parties that are even smaller than the Green Party, like Animal Protection Party, Marxist-Leninist Party, that have no seats.
Absolutely. I mean, people think the Green Party is small, but there's actually about 15 or 20 registered parties, and the Greens are, one of the big ones that actually elect people to the House of Commons.
Dave, you've been described as fiercely optimistic, and I can really feel that coming out of you in this interview. You've used the word fun quite a few times. Where does your optimism come from? Someone that's been very embedded in the Canadian political system on all levels of government, municipal, provincial, federal, and you've sort of been watching these debates unfold in Parliament. Yeah.
It's a good question. Yeah, I have been involved with grassroots movements, volunteer groups, mid-sized charities, and I've also worked for politicians, where I have to put on a suit and, work at Queen's Park or at City Hall.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what inspires me the most is that at all of those different levels, there are amazing people, really trying their hardest to make the world better. There are amazing members of parliament, amazing city councilors, and most of all, really amazing volunteers and grassroots activists who have so much hope, so much faith, so much energy. And those people give me energy, and it's what fuels my work.
That was Dave Meslin talking about why minor parties run. Next up, we'll hear a conversation. We now are shifting gears here a bit. We are going to Winnipeg, Manitoba to get a look at the Portuguese community and what matters most to constituents in that community. This is CHEBU Multicultural. They have the story.
Thank you so much for joining U Multicultural. We're really happy to have you here with us. Can you please introduce yourself?
It's great to be here. This is a great opportunity. My name is Henrique Braga, and I'm a member of the Portuguese community here in Winnipeg. I'm involved in a variety of different centers and organizations, and also do the Portuguese media for the city of Winnipeg as well.
So, from election perspective and civic engagement, how proactive Portuguese community in Winnipeg and Manitoba?
The Portuguese have always been very interested in politics and making sure that their rights, especially since the majority of the immigrants here in Canada came at the time when Portugal was a dictatorship and never really having that opportunity to vote. So the voting and being representative has been an important part within the Portuguese community. So they do, many of them are active. I think one of the biggest issues I came across, of course, were language barriers. And for elderly or older, it's still a language barrier issue. In really understanding what are the platforms of each party, and trying to understand what that platform isn't an easy thing for them. In terms of the younger Portuguese, the apathy that exists within the Canadian society, they're part of that Canadian society. So we do see some of that as well.
Mm-hmm. So we had conversations with multiple ethnocultural communities here in Winnipeg, and some of them mentioned some barriers. So you mentioned that it could be language. The language may prevent them to understand the civic processes. So what else could be a barrier for the Portuguese community? Maybe some of them, like some people from the community, they don't really understand how the election process works here in Canada. Maybe it is different.
So it's not so much the election process. I think that within our cultural centers, for instance, they use a very similar format of voting, right? There's a list of people who need to be voted in, and of course the ones elected is the one that has the most votes. So there is a clear understanding of that. Those who are watching Portuguese news, who continue to see what's going back in Portugal, understand the complexity of politics as well. I mean, Portugal has an interesting electorate. They have several parties that run. Split votes occur on a regular basis. So it's not that they're unaware of sort of this parliamentary approach where you can split a vote and work through that. We don't have a queen, we have a president, but we have a prime minister who kind of runs similar in terms of voting. So the understanding of the system isn't the issue. It's often just trying to understand what each party stand for. And as our our group gets a little older, accessibility to voting as well tends to be a concern of, do I really want to go at night to go vote to vote, or who will take me, those kinds of things. So going out there can be a little bit challenging as well. And I think the third one is the whole idea of, are they really listening to us in essence, in terms of, will it make a change? Will it make a difference? And that becomes a bit of a question for some of our Portuguese community as well. So like I said, it's not different than I think some of the concerns within the Canadian society of, well, does my vote really count or not? We have, again, a lot of information that is available to people. There's a lot of people are connected now. They're connected to Facebook and some of the other social media out there. And one of the things in speaking to some of our community members, it is really filtering what is fake and what is not, what is truthful and what is not. And so it creates a little bit of a trepidation of, what are we voting for? Who are we voting for? And is there some real truth in some of the things that they say? In some cases, it just makes them even stronger in terms of their attitude and understanding of what politician they want to support. And in some cases, it turns them away from it because they're just not clear and unsure of what is it that this means. The Portuguese, in many cases, have really fought because they have been traditionally the backbone of some of the societies. They're the workers, right? So we've had the construction workers, the cleaning organizations, textiles, right? So they're factory working people. So they tend to want then to support governments that would then support the workers as well. And that's been a very big part of some of the Portuguese community members who've wanted to become politicians and have entered into the races in cases of that often go with that platform. So that is traditionally sort of where we come from. Portuguese are just working people, working class people. And so this is what they want to protect.
Mm-hmm. So what are the top issues or concerns for the Portuguese community in Manitoba going into this election?
So some of them, and we actually did have an opportunity to have this discussion just yesterday with a diplomat from Portugal who actually came to visit. Again, it's the continued open relationships and to allow for those continued open relationships between Portugal and Canada. There has always been a very good relationship. Canada and Portugal, going back into the 50s, have supported each other a lot in both ways, through trade and those kinds of things. So they really want to continue to maintain that relationship as much as possible. Personally, for many of our Portuguese, they're traveling back and forth. So some of them still have homes there, and they just want to ensure that accessibility of being there, not losing their rights to being Canadian. So there's that again, sort of that immigration piece that they just want to maintain those relationships because it is important to keep connecting back to Portugal as much as possible. The other one, of course, is again a common one, and we do have a community that is getting older, and so healthcare. Healthcare has become a big issue for them as well, and making sure, there's a lot of complaints about how long it takes to have that knee surgery, getting an MRI for something that's come up. And so they're concerned about that as well. Interesting enough is that they'll try to compare themselves in with what's going on in Portugal. Can they be able to get it there or not? And again, understanding that Portugal is on its way to a more public sort of health system, but they still have sort of the split public and private. And some of the procedures might actually be cheaper than say in Canada. So it's again just that openness of being able to to have a good relationship with the two countries and keeping that open.
All right. We have some results to look over. The polls have closed at 9:30 across Ontario. They have closed down. About 1 in 4 eligible voters cast their ballots before Election Day, according to preliminary figures from Elections Canada. 7.3 million people voted in advance polls, a 25% increase from 2021. Now we're getting the rest of the picture. We are 40 minutes in and we're back to the national desks. We got Alan Gates back up here to tell us what is happening. We got a big poll dump. What's going on, Alan?
My head is spinning because, again, we have over 200 seats, 265 seats where polls closed about 9 minutes ago. And I'm already seeing very preliminary results coming in fast and furious. So probably nothing worth reacting to just yet. Looking at Quebec and going out west. The results out of Atlantic Canada largely holding steady with when we last spoke about a half hour ago. The Liberals are still leading in terms of seats or elected, 22 versus 10 for the Conservatives. And again, this would represent actually a little bit of a drop for the Liberals compared to the previous election. Again, certainly doesn't mean disaster by any means for any party, and I wouldn't be throwing a celebration if I was the Conservatives just yet either. It actually just means that we have to wait for the next 200 and some odd seats to come in before we have an idea of what the story is going to be.
Like you said, too, we got like the Bloc and the Liberals looking pretty close in Quebec right now.
Yeah, and the Conservatives will pick up some seats, but the big story in Quebec will be how many seats the Liberals are able to snag from the Bloc Québécois. It's looking, again, pretty likely that the Liberals are going to hold on to seats in Montreal and even in a lot of suburban Montreal. It's kind of as you work your way out from there, if they have the possibility of picking up seats kind of further out from the Montreal area. And then they have a couple of seats kind of up for grabs in Quebec City as well. You had asked earlier on if there were NDP ridings to look at.
Yeah.
I mentioned a bunch of them kind of out west. The ones that the NDP are looking to hold in Quebec and Ontario, we've got Rosemount, Le Petit Parti, which is a part of Montreal, in the city of Montreal. We have Hamilton Centre. We have London, Fanshawe. I hope I said that correct for our friends down south in London. And Windsor West. Those are 4 seats currently held by the NDP that they're in the running to hold them. Again, we'll see what the night brings, but there should be some competitive races for them there. Also worth noting that Kitchener Centre is a Green Party seat and likely, at least in terms of the projection, to hold. But again, we'll see what happens there. So it's not going to be all about Liberals and Conservatives from this point on. There are stories from some of our other parties to look at as well.
Yeah, let's talk about Greens. Is that the only seat that they're expected to hold? What can we expect from the Greens when we're looking at these results right now?
Yeah, right now, yes. The other seat, of course, is Saanich Gulf Islands, which is Elizabeth May's seat on Vancouver Island. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, the last I checked, the concern there is that there might actually be more of a split in the vote. And the party that kind of may come down the middle of that split is the Conservatives, which is bizarre, to go from Green to Conservative. But it is a competitive riding. So there are, that seat is up for grabs between 3 or more parties. And so it's certainly not going to be a decisive winner in that riding. Someone's going to grab a plurality there.
Yeah, that's quite a transition, Greens to Conservatives. You can see really that the tariff war and the ongoing threat of Canada's sovereignty has really taken effect in a lot of these ridings and has really swinged a lot of them. I want to go back to Quebec because you've mentioned already, Alan, but it's pretty pivotal, this election, and it's pretty much a wild card. How unusual is it for Liberals to sort of be leading a lot of those seats, Alan?
Once upon a time, the Liberals won elections because they were dominant in Quebec. And then the Bloc Québécois came along. This is about 30 years ago now. And so a lot of how the Liberals do, actually, the Liberals continued to have success at that point because the Conservatives fell apart and the Liberals picked up seats all across Ontario. But now that the Conservatives are a stronger national party once again, a lot of the Liberal fortunes or misfortunes in elections come down to the swing of seats between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party. In the last couple of elections, the Bloc Québécois has done fine, but not amazing. They've swung anywhere from about 15 to 20 seats to 50, depending on the election. And in the last election, they had 32, so right in the middle. Again, the Liberals are looking for the Bloc Québécois to drop seats, and they're hoping to pick up 7 to 10 seats from the Bloc Québécois. It's possible. Ultimately, the party that's had a harder time in Quebec, at least of between the Liberals and the Conservatives in the Bloc, are the Conservatives.
Mm-hmm. And let's just go back to Atlantic Canada. So now we have some confirmed results. So Newfoundland, Labrador is confirmed Liberal. That's Philip Earle is a candidate there. Central Newfoundland Conservatives have taken that riding in Avalon, Newfoundland. We got Liberals going on there. So there's a bit of a mix happening here. St. John, St. Croix, Conservatives have taken that. But as you said, Alan, the Atlantic Canada is just sort of the first pack of the punch, and there's a lot more to come and a lot more to be looking at.
Yeah, and out in Atlantic Canada right now, there is one seat that's been confirmed as what they call a pickup, which means a party takes it from another. That is the Long Range Mountains, which is in Western Newfoundland. That was a pickup for the Conservatives from the Liberals. There is another riding further east, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. That one is still very close. It has not been called yet. There is a very small lead for the Conservative candidate, but it has not been called. So everyone's probably very nervous as they watch those results. Again, as a trade-off to that, there's a potential pickup for the Liberals in Nova Scotia. So they're trading a little bit. Most things, though, are holding kind of as projected.
A little bit of back and forth happening there. As we sort of start to maybe get into some of the Ontario ridings as those polls closed 15 minutes ago, I'm thinking about Pierre Poilievre's seat in Carleton. What can you expect from this seat? Is Poilievre going to take his seat?
So if you want me to make a bet with my own money, I think he's going to win it. I think he's going to win it reasonably handily, probably not as handily as he would have liked. I think that, certainly it's a interesting story. And the fact that as a party leader, that he's not running away with it is probably interesting. But when you actually look at the projected numbers for Pierre Poilievre, he appears to be holding his support. What's happened is that the opposition support have rallied behind the Liberal contender and made it a closer race. But maybe we're in for a surprise. I'll be watching it very closely as everybody else is, but I am expecting him to hold this seat.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. As we're just looking at the polls here, my Elections Canada website, of course, keeps freezing.
It's going crazy right now. We've got results just flying in from everywhere. When you are talking about the party leaders, interesting seats to watch. Of course, Jagmeet Singh, his seat is much more in jeopardy, and so we'll be watching that when the polls close in BC. And as I mentioned, Elizabeth May, her seat as well is going to be a hotly contested seat this evening. So if you're looking for party leaders who are at risk, I'd put those two at the top, then Pierre Poilievre kind of in the middle. Mark Carney and Yves Blanchette is, are likely safe.
Ontario, as we're seeing the polls projected which way they're leading, I'm seeing that Conservatives are taking a little bit of a lead here Ontario has the highest number of seats in Canada. What would this mean for Conservatives to take this? Could that swing things?
If the Conservatives win the majority of seats, in fact, I was trying to model a pathway for a Conservative majority. They do not need to win half the seats in Ontario. They probably, now based on how they've done in Atlantic Canada, they do need to do a little bit better than I would have projected. They probably need to pick up close to half. But again, if they're picking up, anywhere close to half in Ontario, then their numbers out west are going to be even stronger than expected. Again, though, I would say as I'm looking at how this map is filling in right now, there are almost no seats from the GTA that are showing up yet. There's barely anything in Ottawa. So, while there's an early lead that's looking blue, I would give it some time.
Thanks, Alan, so much for those updates. That was Alan Gates again, giving us a lowdown on what is going on. Props to Alan for really summing up all those seats coming in. A lot of information to digest. We are going right now to Liberal headquarters for Evan Solomon. He is the candidate for Toronto Centre. He is just started running. Marcy Ian was the notorious for holding that seat. She is the incumbent, but she did not run for re-election. We have Amber Ranson there now, reporting live from Evan Solomon's election party in Toronto Centre. Hi, Amber.
Hi, Mia. How's it going?
Hi. Good to hear from you. What's going on at Evan Solomon's party? What's going on over there?
Well, it looks like the crowd is really filling up. We're in the downtown Toronto, right near Regent Park. I'm here with Pam Johnston, who is a Liberal Party volunteer and a portfolio manager, and who runs an e-commerce company. We're just speaking now as the polls close. So how are you feeling right now, just as the polls have closed?
Well, I'm feeling nervous, excited. It's always exciting to be part of an election. And, there's a lot at stake in this one. That's why I'm here working.
Right. And how would you describe the atmosphere in here? How are you and your fellow Liberals kind of feeling going into this election?
Well, I think we were, very motivated by the need and the real concern we have as Canadians about the threat of Trump and the way that our world has changed, and finding the right leader to respond to the change that Canada needs to make in the world.
Right. And Pam, you've been telling me you've been a Liberal since you were 13 years old, right? Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, I have. I was a Trudeau Action girl when Pierre Elliott got started in '68, and I worked for Donald MacDonald, the first finance minister. But I've also worked for the NDP. I mean, I guess I choose the candidate that for the time, and I get involved when I think we're at a critical moment. And I wasn't a big fan of Justin. And I kept saying to the Liberal Party that when it's Mark Carney leading the Liberals, I'll be back. And so that's why I'm here.
Right. And what would you say are the main kind of issues facing the leaders as they come into power?
Well, I think that it's, we all know that Canada is not alone with the economic crises that they're facing, housing and affordability and, health and just a sort of general decline in the standard of living worldwide is a problem. And how we address it in Canada is extremely important. But beyond that, we have this existential threat that is in the form of President Trump that is truly frightening. I mean, you've got to believe everything this man says. And the moment he said that Canada should be the 51st state, I heard him, and Carney hears him. And I was so glad to have leader acknowledge what this man was really talking about and that it was true. And we can't let that happen.
Right. And what were some more kind of differences that you felt between Trudeau and Carney? Why did you feel so inclined to support the Liberals again once it came back to Carney?
Well, I mean, year, Justin, I'm sorry, he was a high school teacher. Mark Carney, as we know, has run the Bank of Canada, the Bank of England. He's an economist, and he's also a very successful corporate person. And so he knows money. He knows how to manage the world of tariffs and high finance and world economies. I mean, that's where he has spent his career. And I really, really turned on to him when he wrote his book Values, because he was our economist. And the economy, the way the economy is incentivized right now, and I know I'm in the investment business, is 100% money, 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 bottom line, bottom line, bottom line. And we've lost track of people and values and morality and taking care of each other in this world. And that is not Carney's vision of values is a very, very pillared situation where he sees taking care of our world, taking care of the people in our world, and incentivizing that as much as financial success or more.
And you talked about kind of investing in people again, investing in young people, investing in people coming out of coming into different spots. Could you talk about that?
Well, there used to be a time where business, things like the banks and the telcos and insurance companies all offered entry-level jobs to students and graduates from universities, etc. And that all started to fall apart. Then those jobs became internships where these kids were working for free, and it's been all downhill since then. I mean, there is a moral obligation that business owes to it, the society that is helping it grow. And that is in helping that society function, which means making sure that young people have a career path or have an opportunity to learn some skills that will help them. I mean, we got all involved in higher education. I never went to school. So, but I lived in a world at that time. I didn't need to have a degree to be in the investment business. It was only a couple of years later where you did. But I mean, it's just motivating, and incentivizing people who have money and people who follow a certain path instead of, making a broader net for everybody. And I think that Mark Carney has demonstrated quite an inclusivity for all people and Indigenous people and gay and all kinds of trans, just everybody. And it's not exclusive.
And shifting to a local perspective, what drew you to Evan Solomon?
Well, he's in my writing, but it just happens to be fabulous because I love power and politics. I love the House. I love all these political shows. I'm a political junkie, and Evan is a political journalist, and he was the moderator of Power and Politics in the House and all the shows that I loved. And so it just was a very sweet coincidence. He quit his job. He was in New York for 2 years with his family. He was running a magazine. He'd always been in journalism, political journalism in Canada up until then. When Mark won the Liberal leadership, he quit his job and moved his family to Toronto. And they are now living on other people's couches because they don't even have a home. But he came up here to run because he wanted to give back to the country that had given him so much.
Wow, that's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he's a really wonderful man. He's very kind. He's very considerate. He cares about people. He's got a heart, and I think he can make a big contribution.
Well, Pam, thank you so much. This has been such a wonderful conversation. What are some final remarks for the night?
Well, gee, the results are like, I'm not sure. It's the polls have all closed in the big part of Canada. And we just really hope for a majority with Carney.
Great. Pam, thank you so much. Mia, I'm gonna throw it back to you. I'm Amber Ranson. I'm at the Evan Solomon Liberal Party in downtown Toronto Center. Thank you for listening. Back to you, Mia.
Thank you so much, Amber. Thanks for bringing us that insightful conversation at Evan Solomon's election party. It'll be interesting to see if that seat turns out. So I'm Mia Johnson, and you're listening to the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project, coordinated by the NCRA. We'll be right back in a moment. We'll be hearing some more election results from CJSF. Good evening. It is election day. We are 2 hours in. Polls had just closed across most of Eastern Ontario about half an hour ago. This program is part of the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project, coordinated by the NCRA. I'm your host, Mia Johnson. I'm here with my producer, Kinza Zafar. Hi, Kinza.
Hi, Mia. It's 10 p.m. now Eastern Standard Time, and we're live with coast-to-coast coverage.
Yeah, we are live from downtown Toronto. We're here at Toronto Metropolitan University's local campus and community station. We're broadcasting from Toronto, located on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. It's also within the territory covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaty. We got a lot of people coming in from all across the country, giving us local updates on what is going on. This is alternative coverage you won't get anywhere else. This initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. Our executive producers are Barry Rooke and Catherine Fisher. Our producer is Baylie Adams. Our West Coast hosts are Bill Collins and Peter Wainwright, technical coordinator Anthony Sanna, and social media coordinator is Ken Zakreski. Other contributors and journalists joining the segment include Arbie Fru, we have Teo Richiva, Bob Yonkman, Mickey Akrasui, Rob Haleman, Stephanie Hendricks, Jesse Wentzloff, who we'll be hearing from in just a second, along with Danny Nesvaderani. They are from CJSF 90.1 FM Burnaby. Hi, guys. Danny, I'm so sorry. I hope I got your last name as best as I could there. Thanks for coming back on. The West Coast it's been an interesting race to watch, and we could really be seeing some seats flip there. What can you tell me about what's going on, guys?
Well, thank you so much, Mia. This is Danny Nesvaderani of CJSF, and the polls in BC closed about 3 minutes ago. So I think, as per any federal election, it is yet to be seen whether these ridings will have an influence on the overall outcome of the federal election. But as we discussed previously, the narrative, specifically within the lower mainland of BC, is whether certain ridings, specifically ones that have been historically NDP strongholds, are going to stay that way. A lot of polling has shown that it's a bit of a toss-up for certain incumbents, such as Peter Julian of New West, as well as the NDP federal leader, Jagmeet Singh, who is at risk of losing his seat as well, but is yet to be seen.
Yeah, and just the way that results are starting to trickle in from across the country, the NDP does seem to have lost a lot of vote share in a lot of different ridings. So that'll be something we'll definitely have our eyes on as the rest of the results out here start to come in.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Looking at the total poll numbers, Liberals are up 17 seats right now. Cons are down 5. The Bloc is down 11, and that's where we are right now. We're going to be going to another journalist that is at a candidate party. Natalie Vilkoff is going to be coming on very, very shortly. We're expected to hear from her. She was able to speak with a candidate, and there she is. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, Mia.
How's it going?
Well, sorry?
How's it going?
well,
What's going on?
Well, it's very lively over here. Everyone is watching and the results rolling. Yeah, so I'm with Jake, who's working for the NGP election for Norm Di Pasquale for Spadina Harborfront. So, hi, Jake. Can you just introduce yourself and a bit more about what you do for the campaign?
Yeah, hi there. My name is Jake Barton. I am what's called a voter contact organizer on the campaign. So I organize the people who do voter contacts. That's primarily volunteers on this campaign. We've had, well over 200 phenomenal volunteers. I think closer to 300 phenomenal volunteers. And then we also have some people who are staff who do it full time, who lead the volunteers when they go outdoor knocking. So my primary job is recruiting and coordinating and sending out the volunteers, as well as picking what neighborhoods they go into to knock on doors.
Amazing. And they announced that the polls closed. So how are you feeling about that?
Excited, but it's always nerve-wracking. It's I've worked on the provincial election campaign. It's not my first election, but at the same time, you're always like, yeah, you think you know how things might go, but there's always uncertainty. So it's exciting, but
And especially for the NGP party, how are you feeling about the results? And since they need 12 seats to maintain their party status?
Yeah, it's no secret. This is a challenging election for the party. There's currently a red wave going on, and it's something we've really felt in this riding specifically. A lot of doors, people talk about they love Norm. They voted for Norm last time. They vote NDP provincially, but there's such a fear of course, Donald Trump and ultimately down south. There's also a really real fear here in downtown Toronto of Pierre Poilievre and his conservatives and their agenda. So there's a lot of strategic voting, and I think this will kind of go down as a strategic voting election. So it's a tough election for the party, no doubt, but I think we're going to do all right. We've seen the range of seats people think we'll get, and I think in that range we might finish a little higher.
And especially in our political climate now, with uncertainty and bias and polarization, how do you find the passion to continue in politics? And what motivates you about contributing to this campaign specifically?
One of the things that always keeps me going is the reasons I go into politics is because I want to help people, and I see systemic issues in our society that need to be fixed. And if I were to get demotivated and if I were to give up, that would just empower the people contributing to those systemic issues, or it would just enable those issues to continue. So as tricky as it can be, and whenever you come across hard times, it's always important to sort of persevere and power through, because there's ebbs and flows in politics. We saw that prior to 2015, the Liberal Party was in a really bad state, and then they rebounded obviously in the 2015 election. So we might take this one on the chin, but I think it's a great opportunity for the party to sort of refocus, go forward, and make a comeback.
And I noticed that the atmosphere is very welcoming and friendly here, but is it always that way?
Oh yeah. We're I'd say we're always super friendly, and especially being a campaign office, the best thing that can happen is someone walking in the door, whether it's a new volunteer or just a voter with a question about how to vote, or someone just a question about the platform. Of course, here it's a party, so it's more welcoming than ever, and we're just excited to have people join us to watch the election results, and we thank everyone for their civic duty and for supporting the campaign for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
And especially for the NGP party, perhaps it's demoralizing a bit, maybe even the leader, has said that maybe they don't expect a sweeping victory.
Yeah.
But how is that? Just in terms of contributing to something, putting your passion into something that maybe won't win as much as you hope.
I mean, I wish a minority government or majority government for the NDP was in the picture, but it's just one of those things that we can acknowledge reality and know that that wasn't on the table in this election. And really, it probably hasn't been on the table since 2011. And, like I said, there's ebbs and flows. And I don't think government always needs to be the goal for the NDP. I think as we've shown not only in the last few years with supply and confidence, but as we showed in 1972 to 1974 under Ed Broadbent, as we showed before that with Tommy Douglas, the NDP gets incredible results for Canadians when we have just a handful of seats, and especially when we hold the balance of power. Even Jack Layton, that's another situation where there was a Liberal minority and the NDP supported them and got real wins for Canadians, such as our universal healthcare system.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for all your insight.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that's it for me, Mia. Thanks.
Thanks, Natalie. Thanks for bringing us there. Interesting to hear from an NDP seat as we hold out to see if they're going to hold on to their official party status this election. Next, we have Eleanor Rigaud, a Canadian French climate activist, came to national prominence in Canada as a climate strike organizer. She was a leader for Toronto's Fridays for Future Strikes, a movement calling on students to miss school on Fridays to raise awareness for climate change. Here's her on climate, an issue that's been on the back burner this election.
We can't blame people, individual voters, for thinking about their immediate needs. And right now, immediate needs are really closely threatened when you think about, of course, U.S. tariffs making an affordability crisis worse, even though we already had the affordability crisis. But I think really, I put the blame a lot on our elected leaders and on the parties who, instead of playing the leadership role of bridging the issues that are immediate to people and connecting them to climate, which we know we can do. We know that a lot of solutions to housing issues are also ways to keep housing more low carbon. We know that energy poverty can be addressed through renewable energy and efficiency. There's so many little ways that they can be intertwined, but our political, those who want to be our political leaders have purposefully tried to shut that out and really tap into just this immediate needs situation, and I think it's prevented them from having to make commitments on the climate crisis, and it's been disheartening to see the ambition stay away from it. But everything I heard through the election campaign and through the debates ended up being somewhat related to the climate crisis. Like, we talked about pipelines and we talked about Canada's energy sovereignty compared to the US. Like, those end up being climate topics, even if they weren't labeled as such.
Thank you for pointing that out. What do you think is the consequence of us not really explicitly talking about the environment or climate justice?
My big fear is that whoever gets elected in Parliament feels like they can get away with not doing anything on climate because they didn't have to make as ambitious commitments as they would have otherwise. They still many of them still made commitments, and so we'll still hold them accountable to that, but I have a bit of fear that they might feel like, oh, we can get away with it. The other fear is, of course, for people who are just kind of tuning in a little more passively to the election and just hearing about all these polling saying who cares about what. Not hearing climate and the environment might create the illusion that we've actually solved these things, because if you look back at 2019, everybody was talking about it. If no one's talking about it now, does it mean it's been addressed? And unfortunately, that couldn't be further from the truth. So how do we, without wanting to, add to the anxiety people are feeling, but how do we say, no, unfortunately, that climate crisis has not been addressed in Canada in particular, is particularly a laggard compared to the rest of the world when it comes to climate.
Thank you. And how have you felt about kind of each party's commitment and like what they're saying in relation to the environment?
Mm-hmm. There's certainly a wide range out there. I think throughout the platforms, we've seen either insufficiency in the ambition or a bit of a disconnect between the language being used that would, suggest the ambition, but then the actions not being exactly strong. I was pleased during the debates to see several party leaders specifically talk about how Canada still uses public money to subsidize fossil fuels. And I think if I had to start somewhere, I would really want us to get to a place where all political parties can agree using our public dollars to fund the source of the climate crisis is nonsensical, and that would have been the bar that I wished for, but we didn't get there.
Yeah. And what do you think are like the kind of top issues that aren't being talked about? And what do you think should be top of mind for voters today?
Well, certainly when you think about Canada wanting to be strong in the face of US threats, like uh, something people might not realize is there's at least 3 provinces in Canada that continue to import most of their natural gas to heat their homes, to heat their businesses from the US. We import actual gas from the US. That means that opens a huge vulnerability. And that was fully preventable. Most homes can now be heated better at a lower cost with heat pumps, for example, which use electricity. So that's one example. I've been also thinking about, the fact that generally renewable energy, once you've installed it, that source of energy is there forever. Thankfully, no one in the US can control whether wind or sun reaches Canada. And so once you've installed your renewable energy infrastructure, it's there. You don't have to rely on pipelines or ports that go through the US. So realizing that those climate solutions can be a source of economic strength and independence, it kind of flip the switch on people who attempt to say environmental matters would slow down our ability to be strong, because really I see it as completely the opposite.
Amazing. Thank you for answering that. And lastly, like if you wanted to say anything directly to voters who are tuned in today, what would that be?
Well, very grateful that everybody who's voted already has, and I hope everybody has. Regardless of what happens in the outcome, we have to remember that unfortunately, those who get elected, although they're called our political leaders, end up usually only following what we indicate. And so the leadership has to come from us. If we were dissatisfied with the amount of climate justice talk this time around, then they have to feel the pressure every day. It has to be through calls, through meetings, through protests, through media, but they have to feel the heat. We guide them, and it's not the other way around. They work for us. Visit environmentaldefense.ca. We constantly have new actions that you can take, and we teach you how to contact your member of parliament if you don't know how to do that. So stay in touch.
Okay, pretty big development happening right now in the studio. I have award-winning journalist, investigative journalist, Owen Thompson here to give us a pretty big development. Owen, talk to me. What's happening?
So, big news for any election is that currently CTV has declared that the Liberals have won the election, while the Toronto Star is saying they're projecting, as well as CBC and Toronto Star are all saying they're projecting, with the Liberals currently holding 137 seats, or projected 137 seats, to the Conservatives 95, which is, fairly big news, especially considering this was how fast this election came up on everybody. It feels like, only 2 weeks ago, Justin Trudeau was our prime minister, and now we are going to be most likely with Prime Minister Mark Carney.
Yeah.
It's exciting stuff.
Did you expect for things to be called this fast? We're about almost 2.5 hours into this broadcast, and we still got lots of coverage on the West Coast, lots of other polls still rolling in.
No, I can't say I was really expecting this. This is when I thought about this election, I thought it was going to be a lot longer, a lot more drawn out, and a lot closer, honestly. I thought that, when this was announced months ago with Poilievre, leading by 25 points in January, that when this election was going to be coming around, that it was going to be closer to, maybe a closer win, maybe a minority government for either or. But this is just, it looks like it's going to be a majority Liberal government, which, is, in terms of Canadian history, a little unprecedented. Typically, it's, Liberals are in for around 2 terms, and then Conservatives pick up again. So the fact that this is back-to-back Liberal wins is a little out there for the typical Canadian election.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk to you, Owen, a little bit about something we were just discussing off air, was that several voting offices in Quebec's far north closed early due to bad weather. What can you tell me about that? What was going on?
Yeah, so several communities in the Nunavik communities up north in Quebec, which are, I believe, fairly remote communities. Please, anybody correct me if I'm wrong on that. But the communities such as Saint-Louis and Ivoyik, are 2 of the 7 communities that are reported to have had their polls closed early due to inclement weather, which, at any, you hear about this sometimes. I believe every election usually has a couple of communities, but, it's never good. It's never, fair, especially for these pretty remote communities to have essentially their voting rights being taken away. It's their civic right. It's, and for them to just not have a say in this, isn't I believe democratically fair, especially in Canada.
Yeah. Thanks for giving us the rundown on that, and I wonder how those polls closing early may have affected the election. We're going to be back shortly with an interview from someone with Elections Canada in BC. We'll be bringing you that coverage very shortly. Stephanie Hendricks is going to be coming on and leading that interview, a journalist on the West Coast. We'll hear from that shortly. Thank you, Owen, for joining me for this moment in Canadian history, it feels right now.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's always wonderful.
You're listening to Kootenai Co-op Radio, CJLY, live from Nelson, British Columbia. I'm here with Kim Bader and Darren Davidson, and we're so lucky we have the fellow who is handling all of our media inquiries for all of British Columbia. He works for Election Canada. Live on the line from Vancouver, James Hale. Hey, James.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for waiting for us, and we're excited about having someone from Elections Canada. We're seeing a big, giant leap for the Liberals here on the East Coast. I know you probably can't call it anything, but can you just give us a hint as to some trends you might be seeing?
Well, I'll put this in musical terms for people. We're the roadies, not the band. Elections Canada, our job is to conduct an election and make sure that people who want to vote can get their votes in. How the turnout is interesting, but that's not what we do.
And do you have a sense of the turnout so far?
Only anecdotally, and for my own purposes. Today I was in Vancouver, and I went to a polling station at the main library, and it was very quiet in there. But I always tell people, don't read those tea leaves too closely, because I'll also say my wife and I voted at advanced polls in suburban Ottawa. And, it was a Sunday, it was Easter Sunday, and there was nobody there. And we, of course, we heard these stories of the huge lineups throughout the weekend. And sure, the numbers do, the 7.5 million people that did turn out at advanced polls is a huge number. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting, when this wraps up, and we'll start to get preliminary turnout numbers tomorrow, I've been told. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the numbers are like. Because I will step into the role of just Joe Citizen. I'm just looking at my TV screen here, and it's interesting because it's been a long time in Canada since we've had such a binary race.
And here's Kim Bader, James, one of my colleagues here. He has something he wants to ask you.
James,
Sure.
do you have figures for us on what the advanced polling numbers were in BC?
The turnout numbers?
Yeah, at the advanced polls and the percentage.
I don't have them. I don't have it in front of me, but it was high. I mean, it broke records right across the country.
Right.
So I think it was trending about 26% above last election.
Wow. Yes.
But again, I always say, remember, last election was a total anomaly because of COVID. So we're in kind of that zone where it's very hard to, you're starting to get into apples and oranges.
So James, here in the Columbia, Kootenay, Southern Rockies riding, we had election signs defaced by here, and I just wondered if you've seen any shenanigans going on in this election, any tensions are running high. If there was anything like that going on elsewhere in BC or anywhere in the Elections Canada realm.
Well, I would say probably nothing out of the ordinary. This is my 7th general election since 2000. I don't, again, we'll get feedback and see some figures in the next few days from the people behind the scenes at Elections Canada, because it's not typically something we deal with in media relations. But just anecdotally, I'm not hearing any great spike above what I've heard before. And I've certainly, in the years that I've worked elections, heard some pretty crazy stories about the lengths people will go to create some sort of protest or just cause nuisance.
Well, down south, where I'm from in the U.S., in one county in Arizona, election workers coming out to their cars were met with snipers from disgruntled voters, and so I'm very hopeful that would never happen here in Canada.
Well, yes, let's hope not. By all means, the other thing to realize about the Canadian election, just as I've been watching the returns come in on my TV and some grumbling about how long it takes to turn the results around, but Canada manages to turn its results around almost without fail by midnight in the Eastern time zone.
And
so
that's hand counting, right?
Absolutely, and that's the thing. So the first election I was involved in was just around the same time as the famous hanging Chad election, south of the border.
In the U.S., yeah.
And I got a lot of interest from journalists down there about how our election was managed versus how it's done in the States, where every state gets to set their own pattern of voting. So there's an interesting correlation here. I've also had a number of chats with journalists about BC's use of computerized voting, which means you don't have to vote in your riding. You can vote anywhere in the province. And whether or not I see that coming, for Elections Canada. So that's interesting too, because certainly since I started Elections Canada 25 years ago, 25 years ago, there has been a lot of research done in terms of different types of voting, and the 3 chief electoral officers now have studied in great depth with the Parliament different means of voting, and we're still convinced that the pencil and the paper is still the most efficient, safest, absolutely most secure thing, that they've come up with. That's still, it may be antiquated or seem antiquated, but it's highly effective.
And how many actual ballots do you think you guys are going to have to process tonight?
Well, almost all the ballots get processed tonight. The only exception to that was that Elections Canada is able to start recording the votes of inmates and also Canadian forces who vote from overseas. Those special ballots come into a separate section, and they can be counted, I think, 14 days before the election itself. So, that's a fair handful of people whose votes would already be counted. And then you've got the other special ballots, and they were very high this time. So, yeah, it's hard to say.
There's 28 million potential voters, though. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, and like most Western democracies, we've been trending around the mid-60s to, I think we've only cracked 70 once in the last 25 years. So, our participation rate is still, significantly lower than it used to be. By the way, the record for the highest participation rate, you have to go all the way back to 1958 with that crushing majority that John Diefenbaker. I'm teaching you some Canadian history here as we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
John Diefenbaker.
But yeah, you have to go. You
what
have
was
to go
the
back to John
percentage then?
Diefenbaker.
What was the
It was
percentage?
it was in the 80s. I think it was 82%. Yeah.
Wow.
So that, again, there's, every election, there's lots of discussion afterwards about, should we go to, the Australian system, where you're mandated, you have to vote as being a citizen of the country, to, the first past the poll and things. But again, those discussions are for Parliament. Elections Canada, we facilitate the vote. That's what we do.
So, James, you've worked with other provinces before. Is there anything, I don't want to say peculiar, but is there anything that is, special about BC in your experience of a BC voter?
Oh, not really. I don't think so. Although I will note that tonight, they did, for the first time in many elections, the major networks did not call the election until after the polls closed in BC.
Wow. Okay, so we're the last word. James Hale with Elections Canada BC, thank you so much for being with us.
It's been my pleasure.
We'll talk to you next time, and maybe you and I can talk about some jazz that we've shared interest.
All right. Let's do that.
Thanks so much.
It's a date. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks. This is Stephanie Hendricks here with Kim Bader and Darren Davidson at CJLY, Kootenai Co-op Radio in Nelson, British Columbia.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that interview. I want to remind everyone that this program is part of the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project that's coordinated by the NCRA. It took a lot of people to make this happen. We have a ton of stations that are participating in this stream and bringing us coverage from across the country. They are airing this stream live to their local stations. That is CJLX Belleville in Ontario, CJPE Prince Edward County in Ontario, CHEB Winnipeg in Manitoba, CFWN Cobourg, CFIS Prince George in British Columbia, CICK Smithers, BC. We got CHLY Nanaimo, BC, CJLY in Nelson, BC, CKMS Waterloo, Ontario, CKVB Corner Brook, Newfoundland, CKUT Montreal, Quebec, CHMA Sackville, New Brunswick, Love Bay, Toronto, CFRC, Kingston, Ontario, CKXU, Lethbridge, Alberta. There's CFUR, Prince George, British Columbia, Radio Sydney, which will be bringing us a live stream shortly. They'll be taking over the next 3 hours. That's in Sydney, BC, CJAM, Windsor, Ontario, CJSF, Vancouver, British Columbia, CFBU, St. Catharines, Ontario. And we are Met Radio broadcasting live from downtown Toronto. Just a thank you again to our sponsors. This initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. A thank you again to our executive producers. That's Barry Rooke and Catherine Fisher. Producer on the West Coast, Baylie Adams. West Coast Canada hosts Bill Collins and Peter Wainwright. Didn't mean to make that rhyme. Technical coordinator, Anthony Sanna, and social media coordinator, Ken Zakreski. We got lots to talk about. So the Liberals have been confirmed winning by the Toronto Star, but we've covered the Liberals, and I want to talk about some of the other parties and what we have left. So Alan Gates is back with us again. Alan, what are things looking like for the NDP and the Greens now that the Liberals have really taken hold of a lot of seats?
Yeah, so the Liberals have been declared by most outlets as forming the next government. Whether that's a majority or a minority is still to come. And I am seeing a path to a majority, but there's a lot of things that kind of have to go right there for that to happen. In terms of other parties, there is no data. I should mention, by the way, I've been following CBC's election tracker, and it's intermittently been down. I think there's a lot of Canadians who are very interested in how things are going. Elections Canada has also had a tough night. Kitchener Centre, where Mike Maurice of the Green Party is the incumbent, actually does not have any data in as of yet. So we're still waiting upon results from there. The NDP are leading at the moment in 5 seats. I'm trying to find them. It looks like we're looking at some seats out in British Columbia. Now, again, the caveat to this is these are like 2 out of 300 polls that are reporting. So still very early. I am trying to find a place where they've got seats that they are leading or elected in across Ontario. And I do not see anything yet. The Montreal seat, though, Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, the NDP candidate Alexandre Bouliers does have a pretty solid lead in the Rosemont riding of Montreal. So that is looking like a hold for the NDP so far. But otherwise, unfortunately, not a lot of results coming in.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. It seems that since the Liberals have been really projected to win, people are sort of probably flocking to these websites. I got some local stations here on the line to give us a little bit of a blurb. Bob Yonkman is here. We also have CKMS. What's going on, guys? Can you jump in? Okay, we're still waiting to hear. Oh, I have CBC up. It's projecting. Yep, it's projecting a Liberal government. That's no surprise there. And we're starting to see some of those projections come in from Northwest Territories, as well as a lot of seats being called in Alberta. They're looking very strong in Conservative numbers. Bob Yonkman, Waterloo, what's going on? How you doing?
Pretty good, thank you, Mia. I think we have some local results trickling in now. Not quite sure how many polls have been counted, how many votes are actually in there. But I'm going to turn you over to Dwayne Jennings, who is our analyst here in the studio.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, numbers are, this is very preliminary. The numbers are very small yet, but it looks like most of the Kitchener-Waterloo area has remained Liberal, with a couple of exceptions. One is Kitchener South Hespeler, which seems to be at this point skewing Conservative, and Kitchener Centre has gone from Green to Liberal. But again, these numbers are so low that just within minutes it could flip the other way, and has as we've been looking at things through the evening.
So we'll have more results from the field. Dan Keller, our journalist, will be embedded with the Green Party victory, or possibly not so victorious party, coming up in probably the next half hour or so. So we hope to report back to you again then. Bob Johnson and Dwayne Jennings reporting to the NCRA for Alt Election 2025.
That's great. Thanks, Bob and Dwayne. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out. Will they grab the seat? We're really struggling here for NDP and Green votes. They're really trying to hold on to what they can get, and it'll be interesting to see how things end up turning out. Alan, you got any data there on your side? Are things showing up? Anything new that you want to?
A couple of interesting things with the party leaders. Yves-François Blanchet has been declared elected in his seat, which is not a surprise. Mark Carney has a sizable lead, has not been declared elected yet in Nepean. We do not have results yet for Jagmeet Singh or Elizabeth May. We likely won't have results for a while for Pierre Poilievre, because in the Carleton riding, there was a protest by a group that's trying to promote moving to proportional representation on our ballots. And a bunch of them flooded the riding with candidacies. And so they are having to sort through about 100 some odd candidates on the ballots in that riding. And as a result, I'm sure we should get results this evening, but it's going to take a little bit of a while there to find out if Mr. Poilievre's seat is actually in any kind of jeopardy.
Wow, that's That's an interesting development. I mean, we heard earlier from Sharon Somerville, who is a representative for Fair Votes Canada and a longtime electoral reform advocate. And they did say, although electoral reform has not been in the forefront of this election and is not part of Mark Carney's campaign as it was for the Libs in 2021, at the forefront of Trudeau's campaign, and one of his, like he said in his resignation speech, his biggest regrets. It seems that proportional representation, and from what I'm hearing from that, Alan, is that it is really still on the minds of Canadians.
It's certainly on the minds of some, including me. I was very glad that this is something that we covered during this broadcast. And one of the places where we're seeing kind of the negative results of that in this election, and this is my opinion, but right now the NDP, they have 5% of the popular vote. You know, they're typically around 20%. And that's likely a result of people forcing their votes to other parties to vote for what they think is they don't want the least palatable option to win, is the way that I'd put it. And so instead of voting for their favorite, they're just trying to block their least favorite from going in. If we had a proportional representation system, these parties like the Green Party and the New Democrats would likely fare better, because you would effectively not be throwing your vote away when you're voting for them. So it is certainly, at least, and again, we'll probably see a tick up in this number as the BC results come in. But right now, New Democrats, even by the the pessimistic projection for their vote, are falling short of that. But again, we're going to see more votes in more urban ridings and out in BC to come. So I do expect that to tick up somewhat.
Yeah, thanks so much, Alan. We're going to go again back to the party that's happening for Evan Solomon, the Lib candidate for Toronto Centre. Amber Ranson is there again, and they're speaking right now with a young Liberal. Hi, Amber.
Hi, Mia. How's it going back at the station?
It's eventful, that's for sure. Things are really starting to roll in. Websites are crashing. What's happening over there for you? What's going on?
Well, we're here at the Toronto Centre riding for Evan Solomon. It was just announced that Leslie Church won in the Toronto St. Paul's riding. So there's some whooping, there's lots of smiles. I'm here talking with Henry McGowan. Henry, how's your night going so far? What's the energy in the room?
The energy is amazing. You know, we've been saying we're 1/3 of the way there. We've got the Liberal government. We're waiting for Evan Solomon to come in for Toronto Centre, and then hopefully a Liberal majority. But people here are incredibly excited. It's a weird moment because there's different political parties in Canada, but it feels like an incredibly patriotic moment, and very exciting.
Right. It's interesting you say patriotic, because that seems to be something that's been huge in this election. Patriotism is definitely something that's coming to the forefront. Canadians are known to be the quiet patriot, but have you found that has changed in this election?
Yeah, I think it totally has. When you get faced with an existential threat from the United States, your back is against the wall, and the question is, do you roll over, or do you, in our case, go elbows up? And every party try to tap into their own version of being defiant in the face of annexation and national crisis. And the fact of the matter is, what we're seeing tonight is that the Liberal Party tapped into that the best, and have managed to, get a national movement behind the way that 4 months ago would have seemed impossible.
Right. And so what were some main things that, like, you've mentioned the annexation, you've mentioned kind of the trade war. What were some main things that came through your mind when you were going to the polls?
Yeah, no, I think the thing is that you have an absolute bully running the government in the United States, Donald Trump, and it's served him well in some ways. And I think that myself and a lot of Canadians were really thinking about, who do you want to stand up to someone like that? And ultimately, Carney is just, he's so financially sound. He's, managed 2 countries through national economic crises. And he's got this unwavering confidence and calmness in the face of crisis. that makes you just so absolutely certain that he's the man for the job.
Right. And, going into this election, what were some other concerns that you were thinking about, maybe on a local level as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, looking at the local level, every riding's got shared issues, and every riding has their own unique issues. But for me, the biggest thing is, am I going to have an MP who I'm going to be proud to have in office? And looking at across the board, Evan Solomon's got 20 years of being a journalist, but more importantly, he's like such a deeply proud Canadian. I think that patriotism that we talked about earlier, he has it in the most unironically beautiful way, and the fact that he's so proud of it made me, and also in conjunction with him being such a sound, oh yeah, I know, lots of liberal cheers. The fact that he's been so sound is amazing. Like, it's just patriot and patriotically Canadian, and also really smart. It's the perfect combination.
Right. We're just trying to figure out what's going on here. I'm not sure what all the whooping is about. Do you know?
Yeah, they're about to. We're in the S's. So this riding's Toronto Center. So we're getting really close to the first round of results coming in for this riding.
Right, so we'll have those pretty soon. But what were some other things that went into your decision making with this? Besides the tariffs, the annexation.
Yeah, I think for me, what I feel really proud about is that Canada has long been a country of inclusion and welcoming, and I really felt really afraid that a conservative government was going to diminish that and sort of send us back in time, and it was something that I couldn't even fathom having to live with. And so for me, I just I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of advantages. Lots of other people haven't. I don't see why people shouldn't be free to express who they want to be and live the life they want. And I should have no say. I should have no say in that. They should be able to do as they please. And the fact the Liberal government supports that while also marrying economic, mindfulness and responsibility. It's a match made in heaven for me.
Right, and how did you feel about the new? You've spoken about being very happy with Carney as the leader. Or the new leader. How did you feel about the transition between him and Justin Trudeau?
I felt that I think a lot of people feel like Trudeau perhaps overstayed when he should have stepped aside. But the fact of the matter is, I think he really eloquently handed off the reins to Carney. It wasn't a power struggle. It was the time has come for someone else to take the wheel, and the fact that he did it with a smile and a handshake was really admirable. And I think that we need more of that in politics, and it was nice to see.
Absolutely. Well, Henry, thank you so much for chatting with me today. We're just waiting on some results. Mia, I might come back to you just in a couple of minutes on the Toronto Centre results. But yeah, this has been me. I'm Amber Ranson, and I'm at the Evan Soloman riding in downtown Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Amber. Exciting to hear developments as they really start to roll in, and as Liberals are projected to win, and as news stations across the country are beginning to call it. I'd love to throw over to Bob and Dwayne. If we could hear a little bit about what's happening in Waterloo. Do you have any more updates for me? What's going on? Oh, Amber said she can come back. The Toronto Centre candidates, Evan Soloman, just won his seat. What's going on, Amber? Tell me.
Hi, Mia. I'm just back now. You just missed the whooping. Evan Soloman has just won in the Centre. Melanie Jolie has also won. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of Liberal wins. There's some residual whooping going on, but yeah.
That's great. That's great. Thanks for the rundown. Toronto Centre is the riding that our station, Met Radio 1280 AM, is situated in, and we were able to speak to a number of the candidates earlier on some of their promises for what they were hoping to achieve. So we got 3 new Liberal seats now in Ontario. Bob, Dwayne, anything from Waterloo? What can you tell me?
we've been flip-flopping back and forth in the Kitchener Centre riding, which makes for very exciting radio, I think. Dwayne, what can you tell us?
Yes, it's been going red and green, and I'm sure by the time we're done talking to you here, it'll flip again, but it's now going back to
folks.
the green candidate, Mike Morris, but numbers are very low in Kitchener Centre, but other areas, Waterloo, it looks pretty certain that the incumbent Liberal is going to retain her seat, but the others are still in play. This would be in Cambridge, basically surrounding the Kitchener Centre has been primarily going red, but it is going blue south of Kitchener into Cambridge.
Exciting times. Wayne Jennings, our analyst here at CKNS-FM. Back to you, Mia.
Thank you so much, Dwayne and Bob. Thanks for those updates. We got Greg here from CJLX in Belleville. Hi, Greg.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good. We're out here in the Bay of Quinte riding in Eastern Ontario, and just give you some quick updates as to what's happening with our 3 ridings out here. The Bay of Quinte is one of those competitive ridings that has flip-flopped between the Liberals and the Conservatives over the past number of elections, currently held by a Conservative incumbent, Ryan Williams. And in fact, he has just sort of regained a very narrow lead here. The Liberal challenger, Chris Millett, had been leading for most of the evening and has now gone back, but literally a separation of 10 votes at this point. We only have about 30% of the polls reporting at this point, so this is probably going to go back and forth throughout the night. This could be a long one to decide whether or not this riding turns Liberal or stays Conservative. 2 other local ridings, Hastings, Lennox, Addington, and Tyndonega, have been Conservative strongholds for a while now, and it looks like the Conservative incumbent there, Shelby Cramp Newman.
Greg, we're just taking a quick local break. Let's just go back to you in just a second, okay? We'll hear from Greg about the 2 other ridings in Belleville in just a minute. Okay, and we're back with Greg Schatzman, CJLX in Belleville. Greg, what can you tell me about the 2 other ridings?
Right. Well, Hastings, Lennox, Addington, and Tyndonega, a very long riding. People around here just call it HLAT now. Has been a Conservative riding for a while. And Shelby Cramp Noman, the Conservative incumbent, looks like she has a healthy lead right now, about 55% of the vote against her Liberal challenger, Tracy Sweeney Schenk. The NDP well back, candidate Ava Duffy there at about 437 votes. The Green Party's Michael Holbrook at 157. The other riding we're following here to our west and north is Northumberland Clark, a newly renamed riding. It used to be Northumberland Peterborough South. Again, Conservative held riding, and a bit of a closer race there at this point. Incumbent Philip Lawrence of the Conservatives is leading with about 48% of the vote. Liberal challenger John Goheen at 45% of the vote. The NDP's Ava Becker at about 3.8, and everyone else is below 2% at this point. So whether or not the one riding here, Bay of Quinte, may flip Liberal, again, only a 10-point difference right now with the incumbent Ryan Williams of the Conservatives in the lead, but that could change before the night is out.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks for those updates. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Greg Schwatzman, CJLX in Belleville, giving us a recap on those 3 ridings. We're going to be hearing very shortly from Natalie Vilkoff again, who is out at the Spadina Harbourfront riding where they're having an election watch with Norm de Pascale. I'm going to bring back on Owen Thompson, our journalist in station right now with me. Owen is an investigative, award-winning journalist, and he's here with us now. Owen, what's happening? We're sort of wrapping up East Coast and Central ridings. We're about to move to West as those polls we're seeing are starting to come in. What can you tell me?
Well, I mean, as we're kind of going into the West, the Liberals are currently leading with the potential of 163 seats, which is only 11 away from having a majority government. And with, I believe, about 9 more seats or 10-ish, this could be, it's up in the air currently of what it could be. If it's a majority government or it's a minority government, we'll find out in the next couple of hours. as we're seeing here, NDP is taking quite the hit down from their 25 seats that they had in the previous term down to a projected currently 10, which is, catastrophic for a party that's been around for so long. And I'm sure that there's a lot of hardcore NDPers out there who have been voting for them for a long time that are imagine are quite distressed at this. And then Green Party is only at a potential of 1, again down still. So we're moving to this a future of maybe new parties might arise, and some older parties might go. The future is growing. We're in an era of change for Canada for sure at this point. And I'm sure by tomorrow morning when we all wake up and the reality of this election starts to set in, we'll be able to figure out our plans for the future.
What happens if they lose official party status? What happens to Jagmeet Singh? Will he stay on as party leader?
Well, part of having official party status is you acquire funding from the federal government. You have office space. So he may or may not stay. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people who probably don't want him around anymore as the leader. He's been around for a long time now, and much like the Green Party with Elizabeth May, it's probably time. I'm sure there's some people out there who think it's probably time for them to abdicate their seats and let some fresh blood come into these parties and start maybe dictating the new course for their future if they want to be seen as official parties again.
Thanks so much, Owen. Thanks for that insight. I think we're all sort of wondering what's going to happen. We have Natalie Vilkoff here again at Spadina Harbourfront with the NDP candidate Norm de Pascale. Natalie, what's going on? Hi.
Yeah. So Norm de Pascale and Serena Purdy actually who's with me today. Hi, Serena. Can you please introduce yourself and your ride?
Hi, I'm Serena Purdy, and I have been running for MP of University Rosedale.
I know that you're a community organizer as well, but is politics something that is your day job as well?
No, this is my first run. So it's been a very educational experience.
So what are some takeaways? Does politics continue to make you passionate about it? What are your plans going forward after this election?
I think one of the biggest things that I really hope that we all learn from this is the level of sophistication of disinformation that has been achieved in Canadian politics, because I think it's one of those things that we think about as a US politics problem. But we do see a lot of mis and disinformation during Canadian elections. And that's part of what I did some work to communicate through my videos on social media. Part of what I really wanted to do with this was just get people information on how federal policy affects their life, but also how elections communications work. And because I've had the privilege of being able to study those things, it's been a really fascinating journey.
And despite the NDP's standing in this election, what are your feelings about that in the future for the NDP?
What is that poem? First they came for.
Oh,
do you remember it? I think the first 2 lines are first they came for the socialists, and I said nothing.
Oh yes,
because I was not a socialist, and then they came for the communists, and I said nothing because I was not a communist. So I would say, yeah, they're absolutely trying to reduce us to a 2-party system, and that should raise alarm bells for all of us.
And as a parting thing, as the last part of our segment, is there anything that you have to say to people who are voting and just to the rest of Canada?
I genuinely hope, because I'm not ready to give up, that we can build a progressive future. And by progressive, I mean, I want to see less homelessness. I want to see more people being taken care of when they are unable to take care of themselves. I want us to recognize ourselves as Canadians when we say we care.
Thank you so much for your words and your insight.
Thank you.
But yeah. Okay, Mia, back to you.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for that. I think it's
Oh my
really
gosh.
a lot from Liberal parties. And it's really great to hear from the NDPs and sort of what their morale is, given that we're on the end of this, and we're going to see how the West Coast ridings will pay off, but we are still yet to see if they're going to maintain their official party status. That is it on the East Coast and Central ridings. In just a moment, Radio Sydney in Sydney, BC, they're going to be taking over the live feed for the next 3 hours to bring you lots of great coverage on what is happening out in the West Coast. The West Canada hosts are Bill Collins and Peter Wainwright, and the producer on the West Side is Baylie Adams. They'll be taking over this feed and just bringing us to the end of this election, although Liberals have already been called and projected to win. There is still a lot of ridings that are up in the air, and whether or not they will make it to a majority or minority government, that is still yet to be determined. We're also still waiting on results for Poilievre's riding of Carleton, Mark Carney, and Pean, and we have yet to heard from NDP Jagmeet Singh, and as well as Elizabeth May. So we're really waiting out to see how those ridings are going to turn out. I'm Mia Johnson, and you're listening to the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project that's coordinated by the NCRA. We'll be back very soon with our West Coast hosts. Thanks again to Kinza Zafar, my producer on the East Coast side. It's been a ride, and it's been great covering all this. Thanks so much. Over and out to the West Coast, folks.
Good evening. We are now 4 hours in to the 2025 alt election coverage coordinated by the NCRA, and we are shifting into our West Coast coverage of the election. And so this broadcast is supported by the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. And we're passing it over now to our West Coast hosts, Bill Collins and Peter Wainwright from Radio Sydney.
Hello, Canada. Hello, British Columbia and the Western provinces. Good evening and welcome to listeners of Alt Election 2025, your alternative coverage. Thanks very much, Baylie, for the introduction. This is Bill Collins with Peter Wainwright. We're here at Radio Sydney Studio at the Mary Winspear Centre in beautiful downtown Sydney by the Sea on southern Vancouver Island. You'll see in the back an empty performance corridor. Up until an hour or so ago, this was the polling site for Elections Canada for the riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. Peter, we're coming to the folks from the traditional territories of the Wasanich peoples, and it's been an interesting ride, and I guess lots of water is under the bridge so far.
Well, that's certainly right, Bill. The polls, of course, like you say, closed about an hour ago, and we're witnessing what many analysts are calling a defining moment for our nature's future.
Yeah, indeed, Peter, since 2021, the federal election, when Justin Trudeau's Liberals secured their second consecutive minority government, we've seen several notable shifts in voting patterns. But it's given the results that's been on so far tonight, it's been a pretty dramatic not a change in government, perhaps, but we'll yet to see whether or not it will be a minority or continue to be, or sorry, continue to be a minority government, or well, the Liberals have a majority.
Yeah, this has really been quite amazing because the Conservatives were unquestionably going to win only a couple of months ago. And then the changing relationship with our neighbors to the south under President Trump and his aggressive trade policies has just turned things on its head. With his goal of bringing manufacturing back to America and making Canada the 51st state. So the Canadian economy and our sovereignty have suddenly become the number one issue.
Yeah, it's certainly came to the fore. And of course, those issues have remained important in Canadians' mind and perhaps contributed to the Liberal success when far and away the polls up to 6 months ago had projected something different. Peter, the other issue being discussed, but we haven't heard much about it in this today's coverage, is about foreign interference and the Commission's inquiry, Foreign Interference Commission's inquiry. Do you think that has led to a heightened sense of awareness about where Canadians are getting their information?
I think it has. There's also been quite a bit on social media about fake news and fact checking, and I think people have seen that. They've seen the information about foreign interference, and it's certainly making people more aware of how vulnerable we are to this kind of interference.
Yeah, it's true. At the same time, I get a sense that the younger demographic are really being engaged in this election, perhaps because of the digital and social media outflow, and people get more opportunities to have a say in what's happening. As we move forward tonight, we'll be trying to see if we can't gauge how some of that younger demographic might have been influencing the final result.
Yeah, certainly we've had a much higher voter turnout at the advanced polls, and it's pretty clear that the younger demographic is taking a strong interest in this election. Also, with the Canadian news media not being shared on social media, there's a lot of other digital social media sources that are influencing people's thinking.
So stay with us throughout the evening. We've got a few hours of broadcast coming to you. Get your cups of coffee if you're on the East Coast, and maybe you're still having a beer if you're on the West Coast. In any case, stay with us through the evening. We'll have some interesting results. We're going to play some clips from pre-recorded interviews. But next up, Peter, do you want to give us the rundown on some of the closer ridings closer to home now that the polls have closed?
Okay, so some of these have been mentioned earlier during the sort of East Coast and Central sections, but there's several ridings and contests that we're watching. One of them is Abbotsford South Langley, where independent Mike DeYoung has a chance to win in a historically conservative riding. It's still early, but we've been watching that flip back and forth, and he was in fact leading briefly. I don't know where he is now. Burnaby Central, where NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is expected to lose. That's one we're following. Southern Vancouver Island, where the ridings have been strongholds for the NDP and Greens for years and now are seriously contested. And of course, we've also got the question about whether NDP are going to continue to hold official party status. And that looks like it's going to be decided here in BC.
Sounds quite interesting. Now, before we get on to some specific results, Peter, we're also going to try to bring out some of the themes that came through in the election. Do you want to talk a little bit about those, what we might run into tonight?
Sure. So the obvious one is our neighbors to the south, Trump and everything he's doing. And that's certainly been front and center. But there are other issues that have been important in the campaign to different segments of our public. So one of them is the whole section of Indigenous issues. A recent thing that's been emerging is controversy about Conservative candidates not attending all candidates forums or media interviews and debates. Then other issues that certainly have been top of mind: housing affordability, climate, healthcare, and homelessness.
Yeah, some important topics, and at the end of the day, we'll let the analysts figure out how much they have impacted the final vote. And for now, I think it's really a question of, can we get to a majority, or are we going to be in a minority territory for the next 4 years? I guess that remains to be seen. Do you have anything specific, Peter, on some of the ridings?
Well, let me just give you a quick overall thing. At the moment, we've got 37% of polls reporting. Various have called the Liberals as winning, also calling for a majority. Currently, the NDP are leading in 10 ridings. They're not elected in any. And right now, the Greens are leading in 2. And off the top, I can't tell you where those are. We've been having trouble with our elections feeds. Elizabeth May is leading in Saanich Gulf Islands. Only 5 of 265 polls reporting. But she's got 44% of the vote compared with 26% for her rival, Cathy Olmsted, the Conservative.
Yeah, this might be a case of vote splitting, do you think?
Sorry, let me flip back to that one. I don't think that is the case, really. The NDP is very far behind, and the Liberal is roughly even with Cathy Olmsted. So if the Liberals splitting the vote, they're splitting the Conservative one.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. And you mentioned Mike de Jong earlier. Do you have an update on that one?
Yeah. Okay, right now we've got 20 of 215 polls reporting in South Langley, and it is a close race. The Conservative is leading right now at 38%, with the Liberal behind him at 32%, and then Mike de Jong, the Independent, at 22%. So it looks like at the moment it's shaping up to be a Conservative-Liberal fight, but that's still pretty early in the overall.
Yeah, and of course, you mentioned earlier, that's a very interesting setup for that, because Mike de Jong, as an independent, was refused entry to become a PC candidate. So he went as an independent.
Yep. And in fact, he was endorsed by the outgoing Conservative incumbent.
Interesting.
So another one, looking over at Burnaby Central, that's Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader's riding. He's the incumbent, and he is trailing the Liberal Wade Chang, who's at 38%, and Singh is only at 30%.
Yep. And so what do you think? Are we going to be able to tell in the next hour or so where the majority versus minority sit, or do you think it's going to be a late evening?
Wow. I think, yeah, the polls are starting to come in pretty quickly. But over the time we were talking, it's now telling me that 39% of the polls are reporting. The numbers overall are still showing the same kind of pattern. We've now got the NDP leading in 11, and they're saying elected in 1, and the Greens are now only leading in 1. So things are changing quickly.
Thanks, Peter. Baylie, do you want to introduce our next segment?
Thanks, Bill. We're going to bring in Ken with some social media updates from the NCRA. Ken, do you want to come on air here and discuss some updates that you have on social media?
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm not looking at any results for a particular riding, but I am looking at sort of the discussions that are the public discussions that are found on social media about strategic voting or vote splitting. And looking particularly at the Nanaimo Ladysmith riding. There's two progressive candidates there, Paul Manley, Lisa Marie Barron, and Corfield for the Liberals. And what sort of discussions take place around strategic voting? So the issue is really one of how do people discuss, what do they use for criteria to decide how to vote? What is sort of the pushback to strategic voting, and what are people comfortable in sharing in public on how they vote, which is kind of a personal thing. But in this particular case, because I know many of the players that are involved, I admin the largest group on Gabriel Island, BC, where I kind of got interested in this discussion because it sort of came up organically, and people were talking about, obviously, Paul Manley and Lisa Barron, both incumbents, both strong incumbents in the area. And they basically, what was the criteria for how would we go about talking about it? So on the public forum, Life on Gabriola, which is a Facebook group, the discussion kind of was very straightforward and simple. I mean, here's the poll. If you vote this way, this is what will happen. If the majority of the votes go this way, this is what will happen. So it's very straightforward, but it's based on polling information. So the discussion kind of revolved around how accurate are the polls. We've had, some people post what were called fake polls, but they're really just inaccurate polls, and talk about, well, what chance does Paul Manley have? What chance does the NDP candidate have? And the discussion went around that issue of how accurate are the polls. So it's not really a very nuanced discussion. It really relies on people talking about pretty well a function of voting. How does strategic voting affect the outcome? There wasn't really much pushback, except for some of the candidates in their offices were saying to vote your heart, or whatever position they took on. And then you kind of transition into not private discussions, but, well, friends of mine's discussions, and how they acted and how they reacted. So in the more private discussions, there's a more detailed sort of nuanced discussion. People, I guess, are more comfortable in the private discussions about how to vote strategically, and a little bit less.
Well, interesting, Ken. When you tracking social media, you mentioned Gabriola. Have you got a sense of what's happening sort of in the larger British Columbia community, or even points east from BC?
Actually, I tried to look into the riding of Carleton. There was really only limited time, so there was two ridings that I was interested in from the subject of strategic voting. That was Carleton and Nanaimo Ladysmith. I could find nothing. I really didn't have time to do an extensive research, but I could find no discussions on strategic voting in Carleton, although I'm sure there was some. And I'll continue looking to see if I can find any public discussions on strategic voting in Carleton. I don't know where that would be, but I haven't found anything. Basically, in Nanaimo Ladysmith, there was pretty comprehensive discussions from like I'd say dozens of people were involved in the discussions. I don't know how many actually read it. I didn't look that close, but it was a robust discussion about strategic voting. So it does occur.
Yeah, we wondered about it here in this riding because Peter and I just discussed it when we were talking about Elizabeth May's riding in particular. Folks nationally were thinking Liberal and voting for Greens locally, and with that kind of a split, we would anticipate the Conservatives coming up the middle, but it doesn't look like that's appeared to have panned out in this neck of the woods anyway.
Well, strategic voting. Here's an example where it's happening, and it's Carleton. There's almost no votes. Like right now, there are 5 polls reporting, and the NDP, Greens, and the Independent combined have a total of 37 votes. The rest of them are split between the Liberal and the Conservative, and the Liberal is currently leading Polyev.
Wow.
But it's still very early, but clearly the voters in that riding have decided they're either going Liberal or Conservative. They're voting strategically, and they're not doing anything else.
Yes, interesting. And Peter, just to update Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Okay, just give me a second here. Things are a little bit slow because of the election feeds, but right now we're looking at 35 of 265 polls reporting. Elizabeth May leading with 44.8% compared with now it's Beckham slightly ahead of Olmsted at 25.7, and she's at 25.3.
Yes, that's Beckham. David Beckham is the Liberal running, not the soccer player.
Yep.
Well, that's great. We're coming up now to a shout out to our local stations. So with that, we'll hand it over to Baylie for that transition.
Thanks, guys. So for those stations having live broadcasts, we will now hand off to you. And for those continuing to listen to national coverage, we have some perspectives from the BC Interior and Lower Mainland coming up. So stay tuned. And we will have Jesse, Wentzloff, and Danny Nesvaderani from CJSF 90.1 FM Burnaby coming on for the local break.
And it's over to Jesse and Danny.
Thanks, guys. This is Jesse Wentzloff, CJSF.
This is Danny Nesvaderani, also of CJSF.
Just checking in on all the exciting updates in the Lower Mainland, our neck of the woods. As we predicted, things are dicey for the NDP in some ridings that traditionally have been very, very safe. It's looking like everything from Vancouver East and Vancouver Kingsway, which are historically have been extremely strong NDP ridings, to the Burnaby ridings, and throughout the Lower Mainland are all trending Liberal or very tight races that historically would not be so.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to BC, not just in the Lower Mainland, the interior of BC is looking characteristically blue. But with Kelowna, I think that is an interesting riding this election. Currently, it's looking to be a bit of a Liberal flip, which I think definitely goes a long way in terms of solidifying the Liberals as the incoming government. It's interesting because I think a lot of times, once people are done voting here in BC, there is almost this mindset of, does it even matter? Do our seats really go towards actually determining who ends up forming government? But it really looks like there are some very formative seats here that will determine whether the Liberals form a minority or majority government.
Danny, one riding you were particularly interested in was New Westminster, Burnaby, Mayardville, with the incumbent Peter Julian running against a first-time politician, Jake Sawatsky, for the Liberal Party. But it turns out perhaps the closest competition is Indy Panchi for the Conservative Party, who joined the race partway through after the previous candidate, Lawrence Singh, was kicked out by the Conservatives.
Yes, that was interesting to me. I attended one of the New Westminster, Burnaby, Mayardville Q&A events, and Indy Pachi, the Conservative MP candidate was not there. And I remember that starting quite a reaction. And I remember thinking, if that might hurt his chances, but it really does seem like it wasn't as substantial as some would have thought, because he is in the running still. Not all the votes have been counted at all.
Yeah, and right now it's looking like 50 votes separating the first, second, and third place candidates. That's Peter Julian, NDP, Indy Panchi, Conservative, and Jake Sawatsky, Liberal at this point. So we'll see how that plays out over the rest of the evening.
Cool, guys. Thank you very much. Peter, you're looking at some interesting results on the motherboard there.
Yeah, things are going differently than the pundits, I think, had been predicting. So looking at North Island, Powell River, which previously was NDP, and Aaron Gunn, the Conservative, was doing really well. There was some controversy about some of his statements on social media about residential schools. So right now there's 47 of 310 polls reporting. The NDP, Tenniel Johnston, is ahead at 42%, and Gunn is trailing at 32%. So that's fairly significant. Courtney Alberni, we were also hearing about a potential blue wave there. 25 polls reporting. Gord Jones, the NDP incumbent, is ahead, 45.7% of the vote. Behind him is Chris McNichol, the Conservative, at 28%, and the Liberal Brian Cameron at 22%. Cowichan Malahat Langford, which is also longtime NDP, 50 polls reporting. NDP incumbent Alistair McGregor is ahead. This one is closer. He's at 38%. Behind him is Conservative Jeff Kibble at 36%, and the Liberal Blair Herbert fairly far behind at 22%. Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Yeah, so we'll just we'll go back to you, Peter. We'll cue Baylie right now.
Thanks, guys. So we have a quick overview of the Skeena and Bulkley Valley federal riding from Smithers, BC.
You're listening. In advance of the federal election, CJSF 90.1 FM Burnaby conducted a series of interviews with the mayors of municipalities across British Columbia's Lower Mainland, giving each the opportunity to share what they saw as the key issues for their constituents. While the mayors highlighted a wide range of topics from port security and bail reform to mental health support and the ongoing trade war with the United States, one issue they all identified was housing and the accompanying infrastructure. New Westminster Mayor Patrick Johnstone had passionate opinions about several topics, including housing.
I do have opinions. Even since our email conversation, some of my opinions have been adapted because they are starting to talk about housing in a big way, especially the Liberals and Mark Carney have started talking about housing in a serious way. And I think housing is still, despite all of the other chaos around the world and everything else going on, housing is still our number one issue for local governments right now.
Coquitlam Mayor Richard Stewart pointed to past federal housing policies as an inspiration for potential future projects.
Yes, as I'm looking back 50 years, 40 years, to the end of some of the tax credit programs that the federal government used to have in order to stimulate the development of rental housing. One of the most well-known ones was called MERB, multi-unit residential buildings, and it allowed investment in residential rental construction. So I'm not going to get into the details of it, but any such tax credit programs would, if they're successful, would stimulate the development of housing.
Vancouver Mayor Ken Sim acknowledged that while housing often falls into municipal jurisdiction, federal policy plays a big part.
When it comes to infrastructure,
Now we're talking about a gray area. Technically, the city of Vancouver would be responsible for that investment, and we wouldn't need a lot of that investment if it wasn't for some of the actions. And I'm not being critical of the actions. I actually support a lot of these actions, but through the actions of, let's say, the federal government on immigration, guess what? We need homes for people to be able to live. We need to build more.
Delta Mayor George Harvey says additional funding is needed to complete existing and future development projects.
Right now, across Metro Vancouver, including Delta, there's a real pause on construction of multiple housing, apartments, high-rises. And I'm very worried about that because we need the federal government to provide some type of economic stimulus to actually ensure that the developers will go forward with their projects.
Burnaby Mayor Mike Hurley says that while BC has been fairly successful at homegrown housing solutions, more federal support is needed.
Well, certainly, housing is always at the forefront in how we can get more below market and affordable rental housing. And I think our MPs need to really push a lot harder to ensure that it's not just Burnaby, but BC is getting its share of funding from the federal government. Sometimes we get forgotten about a little out here. I think we're doing a lot of great things in housing, and certainly we're ahead of the curve when it comes to the rest of the country, but I don't think we're being supported the way we should be by those in Ottawa.
Mike Little, mayor of the District of North Vancouver, explains that building more housing also means expanding the infrastructure that supports those houses, and that to date, federal funding has been insufficient.
Yeah, well, we definitely have a challenge on the North Shore where the market does want to produce new housing units on the North Shore, but they want to produce very premium products. And so if we don't have significant assistance from the provincial or federal government, then we're largely going to be making the problem worse.
And that was actually interviews with mayors in the Lower Mainland about housing issues. And we'll have our overview of Skeena and Bulkley Valley federal running come up later. But for now, we are going to move into our riding analysis, back with Bill and Peter on Radio Sydney. And we will be back with some topics on Indigenous issues in the federal election with Bill and Peter.
Welcome back to our election coverage. We're coming to you live from the Mary Winspear Centre, Radio Sydney studio in downtown beautiful Sydney by the Sea. I'm the host here, Bill Collins, with my co-host, Peter Wainwright, analyst extraordinaire. So with this election coverage, we try to hit a few themes before we bombard you again with election results. In this one, with economic sovereignty has really dominated much of the campaign. We also know that Indigenous issues remain a critical part of Canada's political landscape. Peter, how are those concerns figuring into this election?
Well, Bill, Indigenous communities are watching closely, and they have their own set of issues, but particularly they're watching regarding the 2021 UNDRIP Act. It's nearly 4 years later, and there's still no action plan for implementation. And this is a clear dividing line between the parties.
How so?
Well, the Liberals promise to accelerate implementation with more funding, while the NDP want faster timelines with Indigenous-led oversight. The Conservatives, however, are emphasizing what they call economic reconciliation, focusing on resource development, partnerships, while suggesting they might review or roll back parts of the act.
While UNDRIP, beyond UNDRIP, what do you think becomes the immediate crises that Indigenous communities are facing?
Well, safe drinking water remains a major concern. Despite promises dating back to 2015, there's still 30 First Nation communities in Canada that are under long-term boil water advisories today. Some, like Nesvaderani in Northern Ontario, for over 25 years.
So a generation without clean tap water. How are the parties addressing this?
Well, the Liberals point to 131 advisories that they've lifted while committing to finish the job. The NDP call it a human rights failure requiring an emergency response, and the Conservatives promise to prioritize these communities, but they're not offering any timelines or funding details.
So First Nations policing has also emerged as a significant issue, hasn't it?
Yes, particularly following the inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. There are strong calls to recognize First Nations policing as an essential service through legislation and with stable funding, rather than the current program-based approach, which many chiefs say is chronically underfunded.
Yeah, what about food security in remote communities?
Okay, that is certainly an issue, and the statistics are alarming. Food insecurity affects about 48% of First Nation households, rising to over 75% in the more remote communities. And when basic staples cost 3 or 4 times what we pay in urban centers, many families simply can't afford adequate nutrition.
So what solutions are being proposed?
Well, the NDP and Liberals promise expansions to Nutrition North with better accountability, while Conservatives focus on more on transportation infrastructure like ice roads. Indigenous advocates argue that none of these fully address the need for food sovereignty and control over traditional harvesting territories.
The opioid crisis has certainly hit Indigenous communities particularly hard. What are we seeing on that front?
Well, death rates among First Nation peoples are 3 to 5 times higher than the general population. The NDP supports safe supply programs and harm reduction alongside treatment, explicitly acknowledging intergenerational trauma. The Liberals have a mixed approach, while Conservatives emphasize treatment and enforcement. But Indigenous health experts consistently call for culturally appropriate solutions incorporating traditional healing practices.
Interestingly enough, Peter, with the whole discussion of the Canada-US tariff issues and cross-border movement, is it particularly interesting for the First Nations communities under cross-border mobility, under the, I think it's the Jay Treaty of 1794?
Yeah, you're correct. So, you know, the First Nations were here before there were national borders. And for nations like Mohawk of Akwesasne, whose territory spans Ontario, Quebec, and New York, and also for Coast Salish peoples in BC and Washington State, the border divides their traditional territories. And while the US recognizes these crossing rights, Canada has never fully implemented them. So with increasing trade tensions, maintaining the rights to travel to the different parts of their territory and do trade is becoming more urgent.
Now, another issue that's been part of the landscape in Canada, housing affordability, but it takes on a unique dimension for Indigenous communities, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Housing on reserves is solely a federal responsibility, and it's a fiduciary obligation, whereas elsewhere, it's a mix of federal, provincial, and local government jurisdictions. So it's, you know, obviously very different. And there's a housing shortage of at least 85,000 units on reserves with severe overcrowding and inadequate conditions. Meanwhile, about 80% of Indigenous people live off reserve, facing both the general affordability challenges and discrimination in a rental market.
So how do the parties address these specific housing challenges?
Well, the Liberals point to their distinction-based housing strategies and urban Indigenous housing plans. The NDP promises dedicated funding streams with greater First Nations autonomy and design, and the Conservatives focus more on market-based solutions and private sector partnerships. Indigenous advocates argue that none of these fully address the scale of investment that's required.
You know, despite touching on every aspect of this election, some of these issues have received little attention during the debates. I don't know what you say to that.
Well, unfortunately, that's been a pattern in Canadian elections. Indigenous voters represent a significant population, and they could swing quite a large number of ridings, yet their concerns often aren't, often get sidelined. Many Indigenous leaders are encouraging strategic voting based on specific commitments in these priorities.
Yeah, Peter, I also note that I think I heard an interview with 4 chiefs probably 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, where they were talking about similar issues and wanting a stronger voice in Canada, US discussions in general. We became a little interested in what's happening and maybe closer to home with one of the First Nations, Saanich Peninsula-based First Nations, the Tsartlip community. So a couple of weeks ago, we spoke with Adam Olson, who was the chairman of the Tsartlip group of companies. Baylie, can you please cue that clip? And we cannot hear the audio, Baylie.
We're now turning to a perspective that deserves more attention in our national discourse, and that's the crucial role of Indigenous economic development in building Canada's economic resilience. We're fortunate to have with us Adam Olson, who's the chair of the Tsartlip group of companies, who can provide insight into these issues and share his perspective on how federal policy affects their work.
Yeah, I started the conversation by asking Adam about the Tsartlip First Nation and the Tsartlip group of companies.
All right, so my name is Adam Olson. I am the board chair of Tsartlip group of companies, and work for the Tsartlip First Nation, my home community here, just about 20 minutes north of Victoria, British Columbia on Vancouver Island. Yeah, so we're working, we've got a fuel and convenience store, and we're looking to build businesses in a couple of different areas. I think that we are looking at some environmental services, growth in some environmental services, as well as, I think the fuel and convenience business, there's some opportunities there for us. For decades, this country has built an economy that has excluded Indigenous people, First Nations communities, Indigenous people across the country. And, the exclusion has come at a cost. And we see the cost in our communities, the socioeconomic gaps, the infrastructure deficits that we experience within our own villages and within our own communities is dramatic, and is a result of the exclusion from local, regional, and the federal economy, the national economy. Part of the problem with exclusion, of course, is that we have not been able to build the pools of capital and liquidity that we need in order to be able to invest in businesses, to invest in that local economy, that national economy very easily. All of our programs and services in First Nations are federal and provincial programs and services, and they have very, very strict reporting requirements. It's not like we can take, program funding that we get for, for one of our departments and invest it in business. So, it's the equivalent of trying to start up a business with nothing, and it's very, very difficult to do that. And of course, the investment schemes that other businesses would be attracted to, or that would help support those businesses getting started, may not be appropriate, because these are not just, we're not just creating a business. What we're looking to create is the engine for self-determination. There has been a lot of talk around what economic reconciliation looks like, and this has been, largely a focus of, partnering First Nations up with major projects that the government has prioritized that they would like to see happen, and that, that really has been the limited view of what reconciliation means to some people in the political in the political landscape. I think that it's really important to recognize that reconciliation is a full package project. You can't just pull out, the economic aspects of it and say, this is where we're going to focus reconciliation. Reconciling our past is a full project that requires a comprehensive view. The economic aspects of it are just one piece. And so, I think that it's really important for us to be ensuring that when we hear the terms economic reconciliation, it sounds like that's going to, be this solution for us, and that it's going to make all the rest of the problems go away. I think that what we need to be doing is saying, look, reconciliation is a project that requires social, environmental, and economic aspects to it, cultural aspects to it that we have to be paying close attention to, and we also have to be very supportive of the economic development potential that for First Nations, so that we can meet those, fill the gaps that exist today because of the systems that have been built for us. The value of good relationships cannot be understated here, and I don't think that it can be quantified. But the reality is that we're just going to be in a much better place in this country when we've got equitable and just relationships and partnerships in business, and everybody's can be setting up to thrive together, rather than, like I said, there be this dramatic distinction between First Nations and non-First Nation communities.
Thanks. That was Adam Olson, part of the Sartlip group of companies. Adam talked to us last week. Now I've got a special guest, Barry Rooke, standing in some interesting riding results. Barry?
Yeah, we've been covering Terra Nova and the peninsulas and Newfoundland earlier today. The riding there has been going back and forth between Jonathan Rowe and Anthony Germain, who's the former CBC host there. After it's now sitting in with 268 of 270 polls reporting Anthony Germain has just pulled into the lead, with what's expected as being some early voting that's coming in later. He is sitting up by 14 votes at the moment. So very, very close riding. It's one of the few that have been going back and forth all night, and it looks like that's probably going to make its way to a recount as well. So that's a lot of stuff going on right now. 3 polls to go there, but as close as you can get in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'll toss back to you, Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. We're trying to locate Alan so that he can come in and give us a little bit of the Ontario perspective, maybe, or Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. And before Alan comes on, perhaps Peter, you've been tracking some interesting results here again in southern BC and Lower Mainland.
Yeah, just a couple of things have popped up. Globe and Mail has declared Sanish Gulf Islands for Elizabeth May. 95 polls reporting she's at 44%. Her nearest opponent's only at 26.5%. So they've called it on that basis. They've also called Mark Carney winning his riding. We were tracking Abbotsford Langley South. That was Mike DeYoung, the independent. He did not take that riding. They've declared it for the Conservative Suckman Gill at 43.1%. The Liberal was next. DeYoung actually turned out well back.
Wow, cool. So some interesting results. Obviously, thanks for that. We're coming up now to 8:46 to this part of this section. If you could, Baylie, we have some interesting information to play for you. It's a clip that was recorded earlier in the week. If you could queue up that clip, that would be great. Thanks, Baylie.
Yeah, so this is a clip from earlier. It's the overview of Skeena and the Bulkley Valley Federal Riding, and this is from Smithers, BC, CICK.
You're listening to CICK News Election Coverage 2025. This program is part of the Alt Election 2025 National Election Project, coordinated by the NCRA ANREC. This initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Elections 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. The content reflects local perspectives and does not imply endorsement of any political party. Log on to altelection.ca, that's ALTELXN.ca, for more national coverage. I'm Daniel Messick with CICK News and 93.9 FM in Smithers, BC. Look us up at smithersradio.com.
There you have it. That's from Smithers Radio. Peter, you have some interesting results for us?
Yeah, this is another one to look at. So Carleton riding, and this is where Pierre Poilievre is running, and he's the incumbent. I mentioned earlier that the Liberal was leading. So they're now up to 40 polls reporting. The Liberal is leading. He is 1,500 votes ahead of Poilievre. So he's almost 54% of the vote. Poilievre's only at 43, and still very little happening with NDP, Green, or Independent. So that is definitely going to be one to watch. A question of whether Poilievre keeps his seat.
Yeah, I guess we kind of figured that would be a hard fought battle. Peter, do you remember how many candidates actually ran in that riding?
90
candidates. So there you have it. Fairly interesting run. We're going to cut away to some local stations in a few seconds here. And when we come back, Jesse and Danny are going to join us again from Burnaby, BC. I want to remind you that you're listening to Alt Election Coverage 2025, part of the National Election Project, coordinated by NCRA, ANREC. This initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Election 25 Fund in participation with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. We'd like to thank Barry Rooke and Catherine Fisher as executive producer, our producer for the West Coast segment, Baylie, and we will come back in a few seconds with many other accolades, and Danny and Jesse in a few seconds. And it's over to Jesse and Danny.
Thanks again. Jesse Wentzloff, CJSF 90.1 FM Burnaby.
And this is Danny Nesvaderani of CJSF 90.1 FM Burnaby.
Just continuing to keep a close eye on what's going on in the BC's southern coast, the mainland. Again, things looking pretty red. With just two ridings at this point in Greater Vancouver leaning NDP. That's Vancouver East, where Jenny Kwan is ahead by about 6% of the vote, and Vancouver Kingsway, where Don Davies has a 1.6% lead. So that one's still very much up in the air. In Burnaby Central, Jagmeet Singh's riding, he is currently in third place and very much looking like he is not going to win that riding. Wade Chang of the Liberals with 41.8% of the vote, James Yan of the Conservative Party with 36.6%, and Jagmeet Singh far behind at 20.4%. And Danny, how are things doing in New Westminster, Burnaby, and Myardville?
New Westminster, Burnaby. It is still too early to tell, but at the moment, Jake Sawatsky is in the lead with about 0.2% of the vote.
Yeah,
but
he gets 12 votes at this point.
Yes,
so.
Exactly. And trailing right behind is actually the Conservative candidate, Indy Ponchi. The incumbent, Peter Julian, is behind in third place. But again, these are pretty preliminary countings, so there will be a lot to see there. I think with Jake Sawatsky, one thing that really benefited him is that Mark Carney actually visited New West this campaign twice.
Yeah.
In a month. And, New West is not the biggest city, it is kind of the kind of place that if you're not from BC and you're talking to someone from New West, they'll just say they're from Vancouver. So the fact that, the Liberal leader actually came and spent time in the city twice this campaign trail, I think most likely went a long way. And we'll see if that results in that riding flipping to the Liberals.
And that really goes along with what you were saying about seeing Jake Sawatsky at various campaign events, really just talking about sort of being a representative of Mark Carney and his party leader showing up to back him up for that.
Exactly. Yeah, I think a prevailing argument just being that if elected, I will have the more prominent voice within Parliament.
Great. Back to you in Sydney.
Yeah, thanks very much, gang. Quite interesting results from the Lower Mainland. Peter, before we go on, did you have something you wanted to note?
Things, it's still early. Things are flipping back and forth in various places. A lot of Vancouver Island is now showing blue. I don't think too much more to say.
Okay. Next over, we have a Baylie coming back on to play us a clip.
So we have a clip from Prince George, BC, and this is an interview with Clay Putney, the former chief of Lahaide Tene First Nation, who's running for...
Tene.
Oh, sorry.
It's a
Can you say that again?
strange, yeah.
Thanks.
Clay Tene.
Oh, Clay Tene. Okay. Former chief of Clay Tene First Nation, who is running for the NDP in Prince George, Valmount federal riding.
On CFIS 93.1 in Prince George, BC, Rez Krebs sat down with former Clay Tene Chief Clay Putney and talked about how the election could affect Indigenous people in the region.
I'm really interested in how you see the different parties kind of stacking up in terms of how they're addressing issues for First Nations people across this huge country, and I know like hundreds of First Nations, right?
Yeah, we're well over 600 different First Nations, and everybody has different needs. So that's to me is the biggest thing. For myself personally, with our First Nation, the Liberals, there's different funding pots. And the Liberals haven't been terrible as Canada, but that being said, like we've gone through times with the Conservatives where they just chop funding as much as they can to First Nations, and we struggle like with water resources, things like that, because reserve lands are Canada.
Right.
That's
they're federal.
They're federal. They're
Yeah.
federally jurisdicted. So you have to find dollars through federal pots to actually access and to better your community. So. Like our community forever, we have a big manganese deposit around that area. So they put us on, so our water has a bunch of manganese in it. It actually turns everything black. Like after a while, your toilets and your tubs and everything start turning black. But for the longest time, they said, the federal levels at the time said we were just under what's acceptable. So they said, yeah, you guys, it's acceptable water. It's pretty good. And then I think about 5 years ago, that was actually when I was chief, they re-looked at the levels, and we were way above the level that was acceptable. So we've been working hard towards where we are getting a wastewater treatment plant, and we are looking at how to get fresh, like better water into the community. So we do have good people working on it. We do have, our water guy comes out, Blake, and make sure that, there's no bacteria to the UV and the filtering, right, to get to community. But that's one of the biggest things to me is just having the access to the pots of money. And everybody just thinks, oh, the First Nations just get money thrown at them. There's a huge process to get projects done on any reserve lands. It's, feasibility studies. Do you have all your books in order? Your financial systems, are they good? Like, the government does not just give you dollars. They make sure that you have everything in place, so every penny is spent in a good way.
Yeah, extreme amount of scrutiny, hey?
Oh, so much scrutiny. And I get why it's there. It is needed. You just don't want to throw somebody $4 million and say, hey, build this thing. Yeah. You want to make sure that it's going to be built properly by the right people.
What about, I assume that Clayton is in some negotiations with both levels of government. I mean, I guess the question I'm getting to is, when you're in those kinds of negotiations, have you noticed the difference? Who's in power at the top level?
Definitely,
really,
definitely. If we have like the Liberal government, like minority with the NDP, helps out a lot. The Conservatives, pretty much, from what I remember, turn a blind eye. Like they're there and they claim that they're going to be helping, but since they chop funding, usually there's less people to do the work.
Right. Yeah. Interesting.
Former Late Tonight Chief Clay Poutney discussing the local Indigenous outlook on our federal election with Rez Krebs at CFIS 93.1 in Prince George.
Well, there you have it. That was thanks very much for that. We're just about to head back to the top of the hour where we'll kick in with the second hour. Before we do that, Barry, do you want to introduce something you want to talk about at the start of the next hour segment?
Oh, there's a number of really close ridings that we're sort of still following here, specifically Kitchener-Conestoga in southwestern Ontario. We also see some really interesting information happening in the Bay of Quinte, where there's a hot riding going back and forth with only a couple of votes between them. We're still covering out in the Atlantic. There's been a bit more of a gap in Fraser's riding out there, but some really close things still to come. A few of these are probably not going to be called tonight, but we'll keep you updated as we move forward towards the top of the hour here. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Barry. And we'll go back into our backstage and see if we can't source a few folks that can give us a little more knowledge about what's going on in Central Canada, particularly if we're any closer to seeing if it's a majority or if we're going to have another Liberal minority. As you heard, a lot of the stations have called a Liberal government, but it was not specified whether it's going to be a majority or a minority. And I will say that Elizabeth May was just on, Peter, on one of the stations with probably a self-congratulatory session that she won.
Yeah, I think she made a speech.
She made a speech, yeah. There you have it. We're on for hour number 2 of our national coverage alt election. My name is Bill Collins. I'm here with Peter Wainwright. We are at the beautiful Mary Winspear Center on Sydney by the Sea on southern Vancouver Island. But we're coming to you with a host of radio stations across Canada, folks like CHMR, Memorial University, CKVB in Corner Brook, Newfoundland, CJPN in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And before the end of the night, we'll get to all of them. We just a very big thank you, and a particular thank you to Anthony Sanna and Ken Zakreski for organizing our social media commentary. I've got Barry Rooke, Executive Director of the NCRA, on with us. And Barry, you were going to mention a couple of other ridings?
Yeah, a couple close ridings happening right now. In Cumberland, Colchester, in Nova Scotia, Alana Hurdle is up by just a few votes right now, 21,000 to 20,500, 219 of 222 polls reporting. So that one is very close as they're getting to the end of the night there in Nova Scotia. You take a look at the Annapolis Valley and Acadie, Conservative incumbent Chris D'Antremont is currently with one poll reporting left to go, up just over 500 votes. So that looks like that is leading Conservative over Ronnie LeBlanc on the Liberal side of things. As we move ourselves a little bit further east into Ontario, Bay of Quinte, Chris Millette is sitting at 48.7% of votes versus Ryan Williams, the incumbent from the Conservatives, at 45.9%. We're talking about just 1,000 votes separating those two. Still quite a few polls remaining, 180 of 223. So Prince Edward County is still up in the air. And again, taking a look right now, former member that I've had some communications with for the radio side of things, Tim Lewis, the incumbent for the Liberals, is sitting behind Doug Trevlin of the with about 183 of 205 polls in about 600 votes behind there. So that's Kitchener-Conestoga, with much of southwestern and central Ontario leaning blue. Only Bardish Chagger and the new incumbent coming out of Guelph, Dominique O'Rourke, who are holding seats there. So some changes in slightly outside of the main rural riding or the main urban ridings in Ontario.
Barry, it'd be good for you to give us an opportunity at some point to ask you about Newfoundland in particular, maybe how the landscape has firmed up there since we last talked, considering you've had some direct experience with some of the ridings in that neck of the woods. But before that, I'd like to bring up Peter with some other interesting results from this side of the world.
Okay, so we've got some ridings that are decided now. An upset, Victoria, which for the last 20 years has been NDP. Laurel Collins was defeated by the Liberal Will Greaves, and substantially, by a margin of about 3,500 votes at this point. We mentioned a little bit earlier that Elizabeth May had won hers. There are some other ridings decided in Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island. Nanaimo Ladysmith is being called. It's gone Conservative to Tamara Cronus. That is also a change. Over on the Lower Mainland, Vancouver East has been called, and NDP Jenny Kwan has retained that seat for the NDP. Burnaby North Seymour, Liberal Terry Beach has been elected. Then Vancouver Granville, Liberal Talib Nur Mohammed has been elected, and Vancouver Quadra Liberal Wade Grant has been elected.
Yeah, interesting, Peter. Terry Beach was ahead of the Liberal caucus here in British Columbia for the longest while. What about the young fellow from Sea to Sky? He was a Liberal. And he led the charge to have Trudeau step down, if I'm not mistaken, from the BC perspective. He signed that big letter.
So on West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky, Liberal is currently leading. They haven't called it yet. It's only 75 of the polls, but the Liberals got about 1,100 vote lead. So that's looking good for the Liberals.
Yeah, great. So right now we want to go to a clip. Baylie, if you would be so kind as to tee that up for us.
Sure. So this is a clip from CJLY in Nelson, BC. and it's going to talk about why Columbia and the Kootenay Southern Rockies federal candidates think their leaders should be prime minister.
Candidates in the This is Stephanie Hendricks with CJLY, Kootenay Co-op Radio in Nelson, British Columbia. We asked our candidates in the Columbia Kootenay Southern Rockies riding why their party leader should be Prime Minister of Canada. We started out with Reggie Goldsberry, the Liberal candidate.
This is an important election where vote splitting is very real with the polling of the Liberal Party at 28%. We're reaching out to NDP party friends and Green Party friends and soft conservatives and letting them know Mark Carney is the only person with the team, the ability, the experience in crisis management through the 2008 recession and Brexit. Now coming here to deal with Donald Trump. So I'm running for Canadians. I'm running for my children. I'm running to make it where we can keep Columbia Kootenay as vibrant as possible with all of its rural challenges. And I have the experience to lead that and make it where we can have the best within our riding as possible.
Here's Kaylee Linz with NDP.
You know, Jagmeet is a fighter. He really goes to bat time and time again for everyday Canadians, to working Canadians. I know that he says what has to be said on behalf of a lot of people in Canada who don't have powerful lobbyists behind them, who need someone standing up for them in the House.
This is Rob Morrison with the Conservative Party.
I think if anybody went to Castlegar when he was there, could easily answer this question. And he's a person that not only can he understand urban needs, but he also knows that we rural people, that we have different needs and different challenges than they do in the cities. And he's a guy that can kind of look at both sides and say, yeah, I understand that. Where right now it's really divisive between cities and us rural people. And he's a guy that can figure out what we need rurally. Plus, we need somebody who's going to promote Canada with the business that we have, whether it's our mining or softwood lumber or our energy sector. We need to promote ourselves so we don't get stuck into this situation that we have right now with the United States, where we really thinking, oh my God, what's happening? But we have such a strong country. We need to be proud. We need to have our flag flying high, and we need to get our businesses working, which we will.
This is Jim Wiedrich, an independent. Is there a party leader that represents your interests that you would support?
No, and so the way I would approach it is an MP is always one voice, one vote, one advocate. And that doesn't matter whether they've decided to put on party colors or whether they're truly an independent. So I can imagine scenarios where I might agree on certain issues or be able to reflect the views of the riding on certain issues with a particular party. In fact, it's really interesting as I go around on the campaign forum and debate circuit that everybody seems to think I'm more aligned with a particular party, and they all wonder if I'm actually secretly in favoring them. But what I really am is a guy with a diverse amount of points of view and reflecting the real concerns of the riding in a way that could be customized, and the allegiance and the votes might line up in different ways at different times. But that's okay.
This is Stephen Maffioli with the Green Party.
Elizabeth May is a fantastic parliamentarian. She has proven time and time again that she has what it takes to get legislation passed unanimously with cross-party support. And as a party of 2 MPs, that is no small thing to get the Conservatives, New Democrats, and Liberals to unanimously support your legislation. Jonathan Penneau is a fantastic candidate and a really wonderful guy, and I'm very disappointed of what happened about the TV debates. It was a little bit of a disservice, but I understand why that is. Going forward, I hope that in the next election cycle, he will be there present on the stage so he can represent us and that Canadians can get an understanding of who he is and what his values are.
Those were the federal candidates from the Columbia Kootenay Southern Rockies riding here in British Columbia. From CJLY Kootenay Co-op Radio in Nelson, BC, this is Stephanie Hendricks.
Thank you, Stephanie, and Kootenays and Nelson, BC. Peter, you've been watching some of the ridings.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've been tracking is the question of whether the NDP are going to retain their official party status, and I have to say it does not look good. They've won 4 ridings. They're leading in 4 other ridings. That's only a total of 8. They need 12 to retain status, and it does not look like they're going to get it. Then kind of looking at the overall thing, and we're now at 76% of all polls reporting. The Liberals are leading in 160, and they've been elected in 135 of those. Conservatives leading in 151, elected in 130 of those. That's getting us in the territory for Liberal minority. And in fact, that's what some of the media are starting to call. And interestingly, when you look at this, with the NDP winding up so low on the list, the Bloc have come in, they're elected in 22, they're leading in 1 other, that's 23. So if there's going to be a minority government, the balance of power, the confidence and supply kind of thing, looks like it's going to the Bloc. And that is a major change in the political landscape.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if this Liberal government decides that a supply and services agreement would be the way to go, because I can assure you nobody wants to go back to election mode, and I'm not sure the parties would be willing to do that either. Peter, can you comment on Pierre Poilievre and his seat?
Yeah, just looking at that one. So they're still early. It's 65 of 266 polls reporting. So, you know, it's still possible that things could change. But there's a very clear trend for the Liberals. He's at 51.4% of the vote compared with 45.1% for Poilievre. He's about 1,200 votes ahead. That's pretty substantial this far into it. We may have some major changes in party leadership coming out of this as well.
Yeah, I'd like now Barry Rooke again come in with a few comments.
Yeah, so mentioned earlier, watching some of these key ridings as well. Terranova, the peninsula, is sitting right now with 269 of 270 seats. Anthony Germain from the Liberals is sitting at 19,418 votes. Jonathan Rowe of the Conservatives, 19,372 votes. So we are down to 1 poll remaining there. Liam Ryan from the NDP with 1,600 votes there. So a bit of a split on that side. Nobody else running in that contest. Heading west, wanted to highlight Winnipeg Centre. The Gazin looks like holding on to their seat there, although kind of a split. Raul Walia, just a couple of points behind there, although there are only 7 polls remaining. That 1,400 lead looks like that might be enough for Leah to remain as the incumbent going forward. Into Alberta, Calgary Confederation, Jeremy Nixon from the Conservatives getting a bit of a push from Corey Hogan from the Liberals. We're sitting at 47.3 to 46.6. So that's under 200 votes right now, with 158 of 233 polls. Calgary Centre, also 100 of 192 polls. Incumbent Greg McLean is sitting with about 1,000-point lead over Lindsay Lanu. So that is close, but looking like most of Alberta remaining blue on this side of things. And as Peter, you were saying, with 172 needed for a majority, Liberals sitting at 160 Conservatives projected at 151, with a couple of those back and forth. It really puts us in an interesting space with, as you said, potentially two leaders of national parties being not elected, one half leader of a party being elected. The prime minister finding a seat in that new riding, and a lot to talk about as we go forward. Maybe all of this turns out to be back to where we were before. The NDP would hope if they could pick up a seat or a couple more seats, that maybe that is an opportunity for them to play that middle role. But as you were saying, Peter, it looks like the Bloc Québécois may have a little bit more of an influence on the country this time.
Barry, well, I got you on the line here. You talked about Anthony Germain in the Terra Nova riding. Folks may have remembered Anthony Germain as a national host of radio, but I think for the last decade, he had moved to Newfoundland and was the host of the local radio shows, morning radio, for example, and I think some weekend radio. So very, very interesting on that. Before we go any further, we can bring in Baylie with a PSA, and then we'll go for a station break as we bring in, or we feed our information to the other hosts.
So we'll have more updates from our social media manager, Ken.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Social Bytes coverage of Alt Election 2025. My name is Ken Zakreski. I'm the social media coordinator for the NCRA and REC tonight, and I'll be tracking and reporting on some social media activity for the election. Throughout the evening, I'll be monitoring major platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. I'll also be watching emerging networks like Blue Sky, a new platform that runs on open protocols offering users to move their content across different services, much like email. It's an exciting innovation in digital communication. One key topic I'll be paying attention to tonight is vote splitting and strategic voting, two issues that often come into focus during close races. For those new to the idea, Canada's electoral system, called first past the post, means that the candidate with the most votes wins, even if they didn't get a majority. The system can encourage strategic voting, where voters choose not necessarily their first choice candidate, but the one most likely to defeat a candidate they strongly oppose. I'm already familiar with one riding where these discussions are active. On Gabriel Island, BC, where I help moderate a local Facebook group, strategic voting is a topic in the Nanaimo Ladysmith riding. That seat is currently held by NDP incumbent Lisa Marie Barron, but Green Party incumbent Paul Manley, who previously served the riding, is also running again. It's
Hey, Ken, over to you.
Well, thanks. Just a short update on what I've been finding out about social media discussions on strategic voting and vote splitting. The sort of the trend that I've been seeing is on the West Coast, there seems to be more discussions on Facebook in public groups and in chats among friends. In Ontario, it definitely seems to be dominated more on Reddit, where the discussions I've been finding are in our Canadian politics, our On Guard for Thee, and our Ottawa, where people are quite openly discussing the various ridings and what can and cannot be done as far as strategic voting. A lot of this starts from a couple of websites on strategic voting, where they break down who's the most likely party to vote for should you want to have a progressive candidate win. Smartvoting.ca, which is a product of Polaris Media and Entertainment, and the other one, votewell.ca, which is Kieran Huggins, an individual who's putting together the website. And there is basically information there. You put in your riding and it tells you what candidate to vote for if you're looking for progressive. win.
Interesting. I think we've had some discussions here of the digital media and its impact on this election. I guess foreign interference remains to be seen, and probably will be the result from following on from the Hogue Commission's report. Ken, in general, do you think people are engaged equally as maybe in the past, or do you think they're more engaged? And firstly, and secondly, do you think there's a different demographic of those that are engaged? What are you getting the sense from social media?
I'm not getting a sense. I've done a cursory examination of the social media platforms that I'm familiar with. So that's like Reddit, Facebook, LinkedIn. To actually get down into granular detail would require a little bit more work than I've been putting into it. But I'd have to say that definitely people are more engaged in this election and discussion about strategic voting than I've ever seen in the past. I remember back when the Conservative Party of Canada and the Reform Party were splitting their vote all over the place and losing everywhere because of it. There was some discussion around that, but this is now an area of social media, and there's definitely more engagement and discussion. I would say volumes, orders of magnitude more discussion about vote splitting right now. People seem to be very aware of it. We're talking about it. It seems to be quite a phenomenon.
Does it? Well, that's interesting. Thank you very much for that, Ken. So what we'd like to do now is we have some time to play. Actually, before that, I want to bring Peter in for some comments, and then we'll go to a clip.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. Looking at things, basically, there are more polls reporting. We're now up to 80% overall, but the pattern is not changing. We're still looking at exactly the same thing in terms of number of Liberals are leading in, number of Conservatives are leading in, and so on. But there are some other interesting things that I pick up on. One of the ones that was kind of looked at as a potential bellwether riding is Trois-Rivières in Quebec, because it's right on the border with the US and it is significantly affected and was affected early by the tariffs. So it's gone Liberal and it had historically been Bloc. Bloc was the incumbent. So the Liberals took it with 40%, and the Conservatives and the Bloc basically tied at almost 28%. So that's showing how the Trump tariffs have actually influenced the election outcome.
Thank you for that, Peter. Baylie, we understand you have a clip for us.
So we do have another clip from Liverpool, Nova Scotia, and this is some local street interviews.
I'm Rick Conrad from Queens County Community Radio. I'm Rick Conrad from Queens County Community Radio 99.3 FM in Liverpool, Nova Scotia, with a look at the race in the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. It appears to be a two-person race in South Shore St. Margaret's in Monday's federal election. Conservative Rick Perkins is trying to hold on to the seat he won in 2021 from then Fisheries Minister Bernadette Jordan. Perkins won the seat by about a 4% margin, or just under 2,000 votes. First-time candidate Jessica Fancy Landry is trying to win it back for the Liberals. There's no declared NDP candidate this time around. In the 2021 election, the NDP took 19% of ballots, so it will be interesting to see where that traditional NDP support might go. Mark Embrett of the Green Party and Patrick Boyd of the People's Party of Canada are the other candidates. More than 19,000 people already voted in South Shore St. Margaret's in advance polls over the Easter weekend. That's just under a quarter of all eligible voters. We spoke to some people outside the advanced poll in Liverpool and at a candidate's meet and greet about the issues that might decide their vote. Here is what they had to say.
For me, it was not letting a Donald Trump type government take over. Affordable housing, the environment, cost of food, but just good leadership and good social programs for people.
So I guess main concern for me, housing costs, as someone who just graduated and is hoping to get a home someday. So that's a major concern of mine. So that definitely influenced my vote a little bit. Also, state of the economy. Both the main two, the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, they both had good arguments. I know Carney has had more experience with that type of stuff, but I also know that Pierre, what he's offering for us, hopefully makes the housing prices go down, but I guess we'll see.
My biggest thing is we have to get somebody different in there, and we have to just do the best we can, I guess. Well, Trudeau didn't do a great job. He cut many things. Healthcare is huge for me. Long-term care is very important.
The education and healthcare are the two main things for me. Well, because they're picking at them. They're going at them, and they're destroying the healthcare system the way and it was working fine. To me, it was working fine. But the education too. They're talking about closing schools and stuff in the States. You wonder if that's going to happen here.
Simply put, Carney is the best choice, really. He's got the history and the knowledge that we need, and that's why I went with Carney.
I'm basically just opposed to Poilievre. Cozying up to Trump is really, really bad, in my opinion. Really bad.
The sort of overall tenor of politics, and I'm looking for people who are going to be willing to work together. We've seen that minority governments get a lot done for our country, but the way people are interacting has been extremely negative, and I'm really hopeful that we can kind of bring that a little bit back to some civility. In terms of what we need to do, I think we need to make some investments. The idea of making Canada one economy is a great idea. It's been long waited for, and the fact that Nova Scotia signed a deal with one province and two provinces, and New Brunswick has signed with Ontario is really hopeful, because it's crazy that we have all these restrictions between our provinces. So I don't care who fixes it, but it needs to be fixed. So I'm looking for that.
I'm concerned about the lack of regulations and support.
I'm Rick Conrad from Queens County Community Radio 99.3 FM in Liverpool, Nova Scotia, with a look at the race in the riding of South Shore St. Margaret. It appears to be a two-person race in South Shore St. Margaret's.
You're listening to the NCRA's Alternative Election 2025 coverage, and we have another local station coming in here. We have CHMR from St. John's talking about the election with some students and staff at Memorial University.
My name is Gabriela, and my co-host here,
I'm Lee. We will hear what some students and staff here at Memorial University campus have to say about the upcoming election.
It's my first time voting, so I am planning to vote. I think it's important to at least have a choice in the matter. I think it's also important to show up. So I'm going to have to figure out, past the research on the local and federal elections, just policies that will affect me, policies that will affect people around me, and see what fits best, and hopefully pray for a good term next time.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's great things to guide you in voting. What would you maybe say to first time voters who are kind of hesitant? Maybe they like don't want to vote.
I feel like it's a normal feeling to have, not to want to vote, because you kind of feel helpless. Be like, well, they're not gonna hear me out. My vote doesn't count when accounted for in the masses. But just doing a bit of research really does go a long way. I feel like you can start off with just researching what will affect you in the next year or two, financially, academically, and see if you are okay with what the policies might turn out. Even if it doesn't affect you, I think it's still important to have an idea of what's going on around you.
Yeah, absolutely. And can I ask, you don't have to answer, who do you plan to vote for? Do you know?
I think locally I'm going for NDP. I'm still on the fence for federal, just because even if I do want to vote for NDP federally, I know they don't have the best stats right now.
Yeah, for sure. I know a lot of people are talking about like strategic voting because they don't want the conservatives to get in, but people forget that you have to check who's like the majority in your riding. So like, for example, one of my friends is from Lab City, and they like in terms of ideology, they lean a lot more conservative, but since they have so many trades there, they're very like into unions. So everybody there votes NDP, which is really interesting. But I've seen people talk about like strategic voting, and they just blindly vote Liberal instead of like checking who's the majority in their riding. So I think it's definitely very important for people to do their research, as you were saying.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting how some people they go past strategic voting and they go more of like exactly the qualifications of who they're voting for, which it's kind of a blind side to it, because I'm like, okay, they got great qualifications, but what are their policies like?
Yeah.
What are they actually going to do?
Yeah, like great resume, but like do you live up to it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Totally. Anyways, thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Gabriela.
Hello, Gabriela.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
So, the elections are taking place right now. Why do you think voting is important to people?
Why do I think voting is important? Because we all got to have a say in who. Don't complain if you didn't vote. If you didn't vote, don't complain. Right? If you're not going to, if you're going to complain. If you didn't vote, don't complain.
Yeah,
Right?
because voting makes us
Exactly.
change,
Yeah. Now, if your party don't go in, you can complain too. But if you don't vote, don't complain at all.
So have you already voted?
Yes, we did. When Sunday, Pat? Good Friday in Village Mall.
Oh, that's really good to
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And it's good to know that making a change means you have to vote, because if you don't vote for the people you find worthy of the position.
Exactly. Then you can't complain. I always said that if you didn't vote, don't complain.
Yeah, that's so true.
Right? You
So
know,
what would you hope from the party that you voted for?
I want to get rich. I want them to make me rich, but they won't. I'm still stuck in the bottom. Do what they says they're going to do.
Yeah.
Don't make these promises and then turn around and say, "Oh, I can't do this now, and you can't do that."
Yeah.
If you're going to give us a raise, or you're going to get rid of the carbon tax. Carbon tax is gone, good, but don't come back in 6 months' time and stick it with something else, you crook.
Yeah.
Because then I'm going to be mad because of the guy I voted for.
Yeah.
And I'm upset then.
Oh, okay.
Right, you know, so don't take off one tax and put on another one.
Another tax.
That's not helping us out a bit.
Okay, it was so nice chatting with you, and
You're
have
welcome.
a great day.
And you too, have a good day.
I voted NDP. I'm kind of scared for like the conservatives to get in, because like there's a lot of bills that Pierre Poilievre voted against that I don't exactly agree with, and I feel like it won't be good for a lot of Canadians.
And that was students and staff from Memorial University St. John's. Back to you, Radio Sydney.
Thanks very much, Mun, my old alma mater, and those folks commenting, particularly the gentleman, reminded me of probably one of my relatives. Well, welcome back, Peter Wainwright, Bill Collins, here on the West Coast version of the election coverage, alt election coverage. We have Jesse and Danny standing by. But first, Peter, I wanted to comment on some of the issues raised there, particularly around the carbon tax and the environment. So in terms of environmental policy, it was probably where we were seeing some of the sharpest contrasts between the parties in this election. How significant were these differences likely to be for voters?
Well, I mean, certainly Trump and sovereignty and the tariffs have dominated the headlines, but the environmental positions remain deeply important in specific parts of Canada, and they could significantly impact undecided voters, particularly in BC, parts of Quebec, and urban centers.
So let's start with the Liberals platform. How were they positioning themselves on energy and climate?
Well, the Liberals are walking what they call a balanced approach. They pledge to continue developing clean and low carbon conventional energy, including oil, with reduced emissions and intensity. And they're advancing a carbon border adjustment mechanism that aligns with similar policies by the European Union.
That carbon border policy is interesting. Essentially, putting a price on imported goods based on their carbon footprint, correct?
Yeah, so this is not like a carbon tax on anything produced in Canada. This is actually I guess you could call it a tariff on stuff coming into the country based on its carbon footprint.
So what about pipeline development? That's also been a contentious issue for many years, particularly in BC.
Okay, that is a big one. The Liberals maintain they'll support pipelines where the province and the First Nations support them. So that's essentially their current approach. They emphasize the need for proper consultation and environmental assessment while acknowledging the economic importance of getting resources to market.
Yeah, they're also talking about an east-west electricity grid. What's the significance there?
That one is actually a major economic and environmental policy. In 2023, Canada exported 3.2 billion worth of electricity to the States, while at the same time, other parts of Canada were importing 1.2 billion in electricity. So the Liberals argue that connecting our provincial electricity systems, like an east-west grid, would allow renewable power to flow more efficiently across the country and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and the US.
And they're continuing their focus on consumer green initiatives?
That's correct. Like EV rebates got paused, but they're doubling down on electric vehicle incentives and green home retrofit programs. Policies, they argue, are reducing emissions and saving Canadians money.
Wow. Now let's turn to the Conservatives. Their approach seems significantly different.
Yes, it is very different, Bill. The Conservatives have explicitly promised to roll back pretty much every liberal climate policy adopted in the last decade. So that's the net zero framework, industrial carbon pricing, electric vehicle sales mandates, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it certainly would be quite enlightening now that we know or we believe the Liberal government has been called, although we're not quite sure, as you just pointed out earlier, if we're heading into minority territory and what that might actually bring to the table. What about the regulatory environment for resource management?
Well, the Conservatives have pledged to fast-track pipeline approvals and repeal the Impact Assessment Act, formerly Bill C-69, which they've called the No More Pipelines Act. They argue that the current environmental assessment processes are unnecessary and they delay critical infrastructure.
Yeah, they've also taken aim at production limits, which I know the Liberals had certain opinions on.
Yeah, they would scrap the production caps that the Liberals introduced. The Conservative argument is the caps hamper economic growth and that technology and market forces should determine production levels.
Yeah, I see in an interesting move, they've also promised to bring back single-use plastics, which the Liberal government had been phasing out.
Yeah, they framed this both as an economic and practical freedom issue, arguing that it's created unnecessary hardship for businesses and consumers without any meaningful benefit.
Yeah, so how are those environmental policies playing out regionally? I wonder, can we see any difference in the way the calls for different environmental standards resonate regionally?
Yeah, so that's precisely what makes this kind of policy so interesting, Bill. In Alberta and Saskatchewan, this kind of approach to expanding oil and gas production without carbon constraints is very popular.
Yeah, Peter, it's quite interesting. And what about British Columbia? It's such a complex landscape.
Well, BC is fascinating. The coastal communities and the urban centers tend to prioritize marine protection and oppose increased tanker traffic. But the interior regions with forestry and mining interests are more receptive to less regulatory oversight. And the liberal approach of supporting pipelines with conditions is not really appealing to either group.
And Quebec?
Environmental protection consistently polls higher as a priority in Quebec than most other provinces. The conservative rollback of climate policies could cost them there, particularly in the urban centers.
Well, it strikes me that environmental differences are also reflecting some fundamental differences in the visions of Canada's economic future.
Yeah, that's an important insight. The Liberals are essentially betting on a transition where Canada remains an energy producer, but gradually shifts to lower carbon options and electricity exports while developing these carbon border measures. The Conservatives, though, are looking at a traditional oil and gas development as basically a cornerstone of prosperity and that it's being unnecessarily constrained.
And how do you think it impacted undecided voters?
Well, for those making up their minds, the environmental policies are a major difference between those two parties. Accelerated resource development with less regulations on the Conservatives, or a liberal approach that's more measured with emission constraints and incentives to do green transition.
Wow. For stations with local broadcasting, we will see you on the other side at the top of the hour. But before we get to that, I'd like to bring in our intrepid folks from CJSF 90.1 in Burnaby.
Thank you. This is Jesse Wentzloff from CJSF.
And this is Danny Nesvaderani from CJSF.
We have sort of breaking news in that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has announced that he is stepping down as party leader after losing 17 seats with a 5.9% share of the vote, down 11.9% from the previous election. And he is all but confirmed to be losing his seat in Burnaby Central in a distant third place behind Wade Chang of the Liberals and James Yan of the Conservatives. Not entirely surprising given the results, but still a bit of a shock. Hey, Danny?
Yeah, a bit of a shock. I think it's the kind of thing where you sort of see it coming, but when it finally does happen, and the fact that it has just happened means that it sort of, I don't want to say puts a nail in the coffin, but I think it sort of just confirms what we've been seeing with this specific election in terms of the NDP's performance.
Yeah, support has really just plummeted precipitously, and that can be related to the liberal surge and the global trade war and so many other factors. Also, it seems like a fairly disorganized election campaign overall from the NDP, and things kind of felt like everything that could go wrong did.
Absolutely. I think, especially in BC specifically, a lot of it was a matter of never just being able to control that narrative. I think we discussed how a couple weeks into the campaign trail, there were signs up saying BC votes NDP to leave out the Conservatives or something to that effect. And it was sort of them trying to weaponize or utilize this narrative of strategic voting in their favor, because there are many NDP strongholds within the Lower Mainland historically. However, in this case, it does not seem to be panning out. Jenny Kwan is currently slated to win her riding, but in terms of other NDP strongholds, it's a bit of a toss-up, and also just not looking good in other ridings as well.
Yeah, Don Davies in Vancouver Kingsway now trailing by 0.2% of the vote. And as mentioned before, Peter Julian of the NDP in New Westminster, Burnaby Maillardvale, the incumbent, now a distant third. Only one riding in Greater Vancouver currently showing NDP leading, and three in the province, which is a huge drop from previous elections.
Wow, thanks. It's been a dramatic shift, particularly in the leadership role, where Jagmeet Singh has obviously announced his stepping down. The question mark I submit Peter around Poilievre, and of course, let's not forget how Elizabeth May and her party will fare. Barry Rourke, over to you.
Yeah, Elizabeth May leading and winning her seat there. It looks as though Pierre Poilievre is working towards taking to the stage shortly to make a statement here. I think he's waiting for Singh to wrap up before he makes a statement. Taking a quick look at Carleton, the riding that surrounds a lot of the Ottawa Valley area. Bruce Fanjoy is sitting at 51.6%, leading Poilievre currently at 45%. So right now we're sitting at a 2,100 vote difference. There is 130 of 266 polls remaining. So obviously a lot of time for that to adjust and change. But that is another one that we're still watching and riding. And of course, there's a few other of those areas that we're seeing some really interesting tight races happening right now in Ontario. Brampton Centre is a great example of that one, as we're about to head to our break in a few moments. With 134 of 183 reporting. Liberal incumbent Sodhi is sitting at 79.4%, less than 200 votes ahead of Chatal from the Conservatives at 47.4%. So very, very tight in a number of these other spaces that will go down later on into the evening here. So I'll toss this back to you, Bill, as we prepare to head to a local break.
Thanks, Peter. We have about 30 seconds before we want to do the break. Peter, do you have anything to add?
Things are still looking pretty much the way they were. NDP are now down to only 7, definitely not going to keep their official party status. And it looks like the Liberals picked up one of the ones the NDP lost.
Wow. So again, a very dramatic result from what's happening across Canada. Today, Election Day 2025, April the 28th. There will be lots of commentary, I'm sure, from the talking heads, but I'm really happy that the NCRA and ANREC and the local communities across Canada with campus and community stations have been able to deliver a fabulous show tonight. We'll be back after the break.
And we're back with our program on the Alt Election 2025 project coordinated by NCRA. And we have a couple more clips from local stations on the East and West Coast coming up. This first clip is from St. Augustine in Quebec, coming from CJAS.
You're listening to Alt Election 2025, a national election broadcast series produced by stations across the country exploring underrepresented voices, emerging issues, and alternative perspectives in the lead up to Canada's federal election on April 28th. The initiative is supported by the Covering Canada Elections 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. Learn more at altelxn.ca.
Federal Election Day is this Monday, April 28th. We are a small English-speaking community in the vast riding of Kotnur-Kawachikamak-Nitassinan. With no road access to our community and the region at large, it's common for people here to feel forgotten at a federal level. We face constant issues receiving medical and social services, developing our economy, and keeping young people in the region when they depart to seek trade training and/or higher education. National crises reverberate to our small settlements, but underlying those conversations here is the concern that our own challenges and issues might be further left behind. We at CJAS Radio St. Augustine reached out to some local stakeholders in our community to hear about what concerns them in this race. Amongst our region's most persistent problems are transportation and food insecurity due to our isolation. So I reached out to the manager of one of our local retailers, Tracy Boland, who expressed the urgent need for better protection of our food supply and more streamlined processes when dealing with the issues endemic to our community.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Boland. I'm manager of Depiner Riverview, and I deal with Depiner LM and Output Hardware. We like to see freight on time, nothing damaged, SDQ, like if anything damaged, we don't have to ask a lot of trouble to getting our payment back for it or whatnot.
I also asked her about food prices in the region, but in the past few months, she says increases have been modest.
No, it's not too bad actually. Some stuff, but not a whole lot.
Lying on the other side of the St. Augustine River is the Innu community of Pakwashipi. I reached out to one of their councillors and the deputy chief, Jacques Marc, to ask him about what issues are urgent for the Innu settlement, and he stressed the importance of infrastructure and investment.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a deputy chief. First of all, I want to say the government and federal, we like to work on budget. Money go to my community, Pakwashipi, to future, go to a dam, they're going to do a dam, Quebec.
He also expressed frustration with the proroguing of Parliament earlier this year and how it's delayed the federal election and the critical government business that's been waiting on its conclusion.
We should done that right away, but now, maybe a couple months now, Prime Minister, he gone to the mission, he give up working, but we like to election.
The threats of tariffs and even annexation from the United States have loomed large in this election at a federal level. And here's what Tracy and Jacques had to say on the matter.
Yeah, I was concerned, for my customers, if they went up 25% more.
Government now, federal, the problem is, Donald Trump, he wants to take it to Canada too, but we don't want that.
We also reached out to the municipality of St. Augustine, and its general director, Coraine Driscoll, gave us this message. The municipality of St. Augustine reminds everyone that April 28th, 2025 is federal election day. This election is very important because the sovereignty and economy of Canada needs to be protected. Drop by the Catholic Church on Monday and vote for your candidate of choice to do the best job on protecting our country.
This episode is part of the Alt Election 2025, a national collaboration bringing diverse voices and critical conversations to the airwaves ahead of Canada's federal election. Don't forget to tune in to our live National Election Night broadcast on Monday, April 28th, and visit altelxn.ca for interviews, resources, and local station listings. A big thanks to our sponsors at the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund, made possible through the Public Policy Forum, the Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. Thank you for listening. We'll see you on Election Night.
That was from the East Coast CJAS, and we now have a quick clip from the West Coast here in Nelson, BC from CJLY, and then we will be back at the top of the next hour with some updates from Pierre Poilievre live right now. And we'll have our sign-offs with our hosts from Radio Sydney.
This is Stephanie Hendricks with CJLY, Kootenai Co-op Radio in Nelson, British Columbia. We asked our federal candidates in the Columbia-Kootenai Southern Rockies riding how they were going to deal with Trump's threats and tariffs. We started out with Reggie Goldsberry, the Liberal candidate.
People we know, our neighbors, some of our neighbors will be losing their jobs. Our costs, food coming from the States, or consumables will be going up. For the workers, we want to look into expanding programs like the like EI and making it where the barriers to entry, we've already made it where the 1 week exemption for getting into the employment insurance will be waived so people can get money faster. I see ultimately evolving programs. I see us actually eventually getting to a point where a lot of the social programs we have in Canada will be put together more into a single payer system, and we'll have a universal basic income that we're ultimately working towards.
Right.
But in the meantime, we need to make sure that the supports that are available are known, because there are a bunch that are available from the government at all levels, even provincial. For businesses, there can be reprieve in taxes or help to make it where we can weather these challenges, but these are real threats.
This is Rob Morrison with the Conservative Party.
It's really important, too, to be able to have a plan moving forward that deals with these businesses that are going to be hit hard, and on our counter tariffs, making sure that we give that money to those businesses that were disadvantaged.
Here's Kaylee Linz with NDP.
The first part is how are we supporting businesses? The NDP has proposed a cap on credit card transaction fees at 1%. And that's just one of those small practical things. The other piece is standing strong behind retaliatory tariffs. I think it's absolutely critical that Canadians are united in this time and standing up to those threats. At the same time, as an NDP MP in the Kootenays, my concern is ensuring that our industries are not shouldering a disproportionate impact as a result of those retaliatory tariffs.
This is Jim Wiedrick, an independent.
The key lever that the federal government has in helping all of us, consumers, citizens, or businesses, have for affordability and for allowing their enterprises to thrive is the tax system. I actually think our federal government has just gotten too big. We've increased the number of federal civil service workers by about 40% over the last 10 years. That can be trimmed, and the savings should then be reflected back in the tax system, either by lowering such things as the GST or income tax, or increasing rebates to folks, and that's a method. And then the other point that I've made a few times on the riding campaign circuit is that we managed as a federal government to designate $50 billion to electric battery manufacturers, but ultimately that amount of corporate subsidization is not panning out, as many of these programs are saying, oh, well, we can't start that plant after all. That's money that could be diverted and shared amongst all our small businesses.
This is Stephen Maffioli with the Green Party.
We'd like to stimulate our local economies by supporting local businesses first, and we would like to strengthen our international trade agreements and allies by creating new trade routes and new trade agreements with nations that are more like-minded and allied and aligned with our values than the United States is. I feel like once we do that and we actually guarantee reliable trade partners who have the same values, we'll start to see
Welcome back to hour 3 of your alt election coverage 2025. I'm your host from the West Coast, Bill Collins, along with my esteemed colleague and analyst, Peter Wainwright. Peter, it's been quite an interesting evening so far.
Well, let me give you where we are right now. And, we're still seeing the back and forth, but we're now at 89% of all polls reporting. So that's like way up there. We're still seeing the Liberals in the lead. If I look at kind of the cross Canada breakdown, amazingly, one of the ridings in Newfoundland is still up for grabs with the Liberals leading. PEI is completely decided. It went entirely Liberal. Nova Scotia is entirely decided. All but one went Liberal. New Brunswick split. They're completely decided. Quebec has got 2 polls that are still up for grabs. One of them is Bloc leading, one is Liberal leading. The NDP did get 1 riding in Quebec. Ontario, we're still seeing 6 polls that are remain in contest. Manitoba completely decided. They did elect 1 NDP as well. Saskatchewan completely decided. All but 1 are Conservative. The 1 went Liberal. Alberta's completely decided. There was 1 NDP elected, 2 Liberals, and the rest are Conservative. BC, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 up for grabs, and those are split with Liberals leading in 5, NDP in 2, and Conservatives in 2. Yukon's decided, Northwest Territories is decided, Nunavut is NDP leaning.
Thanks for that broad update, Peter. Next up, we have Ken Zakreski. Ken, as you come in, Ken, I ask you, as the social media boffin here on Alt Election 2025, can I ask you if you see any difference in the tone of discussions of strategic voting on the various platforms?
Yeah, I've been mainly focusing on Reddit and Facebook right now, where Reddit seems to be more in Central Canada. Facebook seems to be more in Western Canada. The discussions around strategic voting and vote splitting on Facebook on the West Coast seem to be more focused around the quality of the polling data. So it seems to be a bit more granular discussion. On Reddit, it seems to be very more forward and interested in talking about just the fact that we shouldn't vote split.
Well, now, Ken, for our listening audience, where are you situated now and what time is it?
It's, what is it, 7:05 a.m. The fog is just rolling back. I'm in Friesland, which is in the Netherlands.
Thanks, Ken. And I recall meeting you at the CRTC hearings back in the fall of 2023. Seems you've still landed in good health. Thanks very much for this evening's comments on the social media platform. It's much appreciated.
I just wanted to add one more, if I may, if there's time.
Sure.
Okay, so I've been looking at, of course, looking at the results and seeing how the discussions have been evolving over the evening here. And this has been an anecdotal survey of social media. This is by no means a rigorous scientific evaluation, but I must say there is an overriding trend in the discussions about the dissatisfaction that people are having to actually strategically vote. It's like they got to hold their nose and not vote for their favorite candidate, but vote for a candidate. Some of the quotes here are quite startling. Quote, strategic voting is a degradation of democracy. People are certainly interested in hearing another take on it. Another quote, I define any system which throws out 49% of the votes for 51% of the votes to be inherently undemocratic. I'd have to say that there is definitely an appetite amongst the anecdotal evidence that I've been reading on social media for a change in the voting system in Canada. I want to add that.
He's done. He's finished.
Yeah, thanks, Ken, very much. Well, as I said, we appreciate here at Alt Election 25 your comments. And so you can hit the sack now if you want, or maybe you get up and have a coffee. I don't know. Next up, Barry, you had some breaking news for us just before the turn of the hour. What do you have to say?
Yeah, we just saw Pierre Poilievre take to the the stage and speak to his supporters. He spoke specifically thanking his donors and sponsors, candidates, and the voters that they had. He's definitely saying he's staying on to move forward and support the party and those that voted for him. Sort of numbers that we're looking at: total vote share 41.7%. That's up almost 8% in total, flipping back and forth between liberal and conservative, or between 147 to 148 votes or ridings. So that sort of puts us sitting around, the back and forth there. Interestingly enough, he did reach out and congratulate Prime Minister Carney, which was something that had been sort of spoken above before, where there was not that acknowledgement earlier in other areas. And if I'm correct and my math is not that great, if you need 172 and you've got 164 for the Liberals, 8 for the NDP, and 1 for the Green, are we talking that the Green Party holds the balance of power right now in deciding a vote? I know that there's a lot of other elements that go into it. We still got a number of things to move towards, but that's something that we're thinking about there, and appreciate Ken's insight into what a lot of people are talking about: electoral change. I have a feeling that's going to be a topic that's brought up numerous times in the next couple of months as well.
Yeah, well, living in the riding that hosts Elizabeth May, listeners may be interested to note that this has been a green riding for Elizabeth May since 2011. And of course, the machine is the Greens, and I loosely call it a machine, but very, very staunch supporters and a lot of campaign finance funds, both federally and provincially. And the provincial Greens just won another term with a shift in power from Adam Olsen, who we heard from earlier, to Rob Botterill, who was just elected in the fall and moving forward on an agenda with 2 Greens here and provincially elected. So I can't imagine that we had figured at the start of the day whether we were going to have Greens in the balance of power. It will be interesting to see as we move beyond this. Barry, thank you very much. And while I still have you on the line, thank you very much for the tremendous amount of work that has gone into this election coverage. We have all enjoyed it, and we've all been led by a great leader. So thank you very much. I want to turn to you, Peter. Just something that Barry mentioned earlier, which was Pierre Poilievre having a congratulatory note to Mark Carney. What was the final outcome of Mark Carney's riding?
Well, okay, so we're all but 2 polls reporting, so this is basically final. Mark Carney was elected with 63.7% of the riding vote. That's 42,000 something. The Conservative was the next runner-up at only 33.
Yeah, thank you for that, Peter. So, we're now sort of winding down our coverage. We anticipate we'll be on the air for another 20 minutes or so. Peter, you and I discussed earlier topics that we thought had risen to the fore in this election coverage, and so why don't we take a few seconds to talk about how those came about, and perhaps I don't know if you have any thoughts after we see ourselves in the state that we're in now with elections being declared, the election being declared in favor of the Liberals, minority still outstanding. I noticed even today Donald Trump was trolling Canada. And I wanted to get your opinion. To me, that's an overt form of foreign election interference. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to agree with you completely. The effect of that kind of interference is kind of hard to say, but for people that were perceiving too much similarity between a candidate and Trump, every time he weighed in, it influenced the polls, and certainly by trolling Canada as the 51st state on the day of the election, likely encouraged turnout.
You wonder. I guess I don't know what the final result was, but I heard something about 25% of Canadians voted in the advance polls. Is that about right?
Yeah, it was a very large turnout, double, more than double what's normal, 7.3 million, I think, in the advance polls.
Yeah, we've noticed it here because you can see behind us in the Radio Sydney, the beautiful Radio Sydney studio, which is sponsored by the Mary Winspear Centre here in Sydney, British Columbia, southern Vancouver Island. Voters have been streaming in because the polling station is just a couple of doors down here, but there was no lineups. Not at one time today did I see a lineup yet. And I know the advance polls for here had a good hour or hour and a half lineup to get in.
Yeah, things were pretty busy at the advance polls, and things seemed to go very smoothly during the actual election day.
Peter, another topic that came up was defunding university research and defunding the CBC, which seemed to be a platform proposal by Pierre Poilievre and the now defunct, I guess, conservatives, or 2IC conservatives. What do you think?
Yeah, that was quite concerning to see that when it came out. The defunding university research, that was a platform that he announced in Quebec, that they would not fund university research of woke themes. So they would, that if it wasn't an appropriate type of research, it shouldn't get government funding.
Yeah, and what was the debacle around publishing the woke statement in the French platform, but having it omitted from the English platform?
Well, this is one of the things that it was interesting to see how social media responded to that, because I didn't actually see it in any of the Canadian media coverage because, of course, it can't be shared on social media. I noticed it in a US publication, Science. They actually reported on it. And then when I started to fact check that, I was able to find it in some of the Quebec media. But, it hadn't kind of made its way across the coast yet.
That's an interesting one. What I tried to track was the expected repeal by the Conservatives of Bill C-18 and Bill C-11, the Online News Act, and the reformation of the Broadcasting Act. A significant amount of effort went into these two bills in terms of the protection of both normal civil discourse in Canada, the role of social media giants in delivering news and information. And of particular interest to the CRTC was how the Canadian landscape and media landscape was changing with the market demographics, with consolidation of some of the major news centers. So it really talked to me personally about protecting democracy, and that's part of why Radio Sydney exists and part of why perhaps many campus and community radio stations exist, is to protect the rights of individuals to have a voice, and voice from those that might be underrepresented in natural discourse. We have Baylie, at your discretion. We have a 4-minute clip, a streeter, as we call it, from Winnipeg Street Interviews. Just let me know when you're ready to come in with that. Peter, the last thing that we mentioned earlier was how the opioid crisis impacted Canadians and the party attitudes towards that crisis.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to just go sideways for a second on this. The things we're talking about now kind of should have been election issues, but they didn't really emerge until, or only a little bit in some areas. And I think part of what's going on, it was a very short election campaign. There was so much pivoting as Trump and tariffs did things, and the party platforms didn't get announced, didn't get released until the very last week. So you couldn't kind of do any analysis of here's this party's platform compared with that one. And we've wound up with a very ad hoc kind of decision making. And, we see the outcome. And we certainly had major engagement by the voters.
Yeah, I see it here. As you mentioned, large turnout. Can you give us an estimate from your trolling there what the voter turnout looked like?
No, they haven't actually got reports on the voter turnout yet. Number of polls reporting doesn't tell you what the vote, percent voter turnout. That probably is going to come out in a day or two.
Peter, did you get a sense, we mentioned it earlier in our discussion, but did you get a sense of impact of foreign election interference, notwithstanding we talked about earlier, Donald Trump as an overt form of foreign interference?
Yeah, there were, I was specifically trying to look for that kind of thing. And there were some reports of foreign interference, social media, trolling, some of the stuff originating in China. They were specifically talking about. The details on it were not fully available. And one of the other problems with that kind of information was trying to fact check it, because breaking news like that you see or hear about through social media might not be real. And there was one deep fake video of a Carney speech that never happened. Now, where that came from, who knows? But I mean, that was clearly an attempt to manipulate using, an AI generated video.
Well, I know from myself, I never trust anything. I always had to go to 2 or 3 sources before I believe what I read. But in terms of social media and deep fake, I don't think I could tell you the difference. So you have to stand by what you believe is in the integrity of the parties and their messaging.
Yeah, I think what I kind of decided for myself was, if I see something on social media that's going to make me change my mind about how I'm going to do something, I should check a reliable source first, because it might be totally fake.
Right. And I also have to comment that I think the Elections Canada have done a marvelous job. These votes are hand counted. And it's been incredibly interesting to me to see how many votes actually got tallied very shortly after the end of the election and the polls close. So I think ultimately it's a very a good sign that democracy seems to be alive and well and in Canada. We're going to just revert now to the local stations. If you're standing with us, you can stand by, and we'll be back in a minute and a second. And it's over to Jesse and Danny from Burnaby, BC.
Hey, thanks for having us back one last time. I did want to mention that Elections Canada is reporting, sorry, just a sec, 57.05% of registered voters turning out so far. That's with 91.97% of the polls reporting so far. So that number will probably go up a little bit. I can't do the math in my head, but it will go up. Also wanted to just check in one last time on what's going on here in the Greater Vancouver area. Not much has changed Don Davies in Vancouver Kingsway is holding on to that seat for now, which has the NDP at 7 seats, leading or trailing, and with the Liberals leading or elected, and with the Liberals at 165 seats, that would potentially give them enough seats to reach that 172 seat majority level. So the NDP, despite what otherwise has been a pretty crushing evening at the polls, might be able to retain the balance of power there. So that's a piece of interesting news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, in the past 30 minutes, I think I've heard the idea being floated of essentially every other party holding the balance of power. At one point it was projected that the Conservatives had 150 seats, either leading or elected, and people were saying, maybe the Bloc Québécois with their 23 seats will be the ones to determine who forms government. But at the moment, with Liberals at 165, either elected or leading, and NDP at 7, it looks like that could be what ends up happening at the end of the night. It is still too early to tell. There's still a lot of counting that needs to be done within the West Coast, specifically within key ridings such as New West Burnaby Maillardville and Vancouver Kingsway. In New West Burnaby Maillardville in particular, it's sort of a three-way race at the moment. The incumbent Peter Julian is trailing behind in third place, but only by a few percentage points. Currently, Conservative MP candidate Indy Panchi is in the lead, and it is yet to see who that will go to. It's sort of a toss-up at the moment, which a lot of them are.
Yeah, and still 53 polls waiting to be counted in New Westminster, Burnaby, and Maillardville. So a lot can change between now and when the final votes are counted. Thanks for having us on tonight. And back to you, Peter and Bill.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thanks. Before you guys sign off, can I ask you what you feel this time around, perhaps over last time, about voter engagement in the Lower Mainland? People got out to vote, obviously, but what do you sense? What's your takeaways from this election as opposed to others?
I would say this election, there have been a lot of different issues that I've heard a lot of different MPs and MP candidates talk about, mainly housing within the Lower Mainland. Affordability within the Greater Vancouver area is something that is a prevailing topic of discussion, and for good reason, obviously. But I do think that a lot of this election has been influenced by, current relations with the United States and things like that. And it does feel like certain advocacy groups for issues such as climate change have sort of taken a back seat within this election and weren't as prevalent of a focus for the parties or even the voters in the Lower Mainland.
Yeah, and I would say that, in that vein, people did seem very engaged and very concerned and very, dialed into this election, but it did feel mainly, like Danny was saying, along those sort of like international relations, the Trump tariff motivated ways, as opposed to there being any sort of specific issue that seemed to grab people's attention in terms of governance.
Yeah, again, thanks for your support throughout the day. You've been at it for a little while now. And so Jesse and Danny, thank you very much again. So you're back to Radio Sydney here now as we wind down today's election coverage. I would say, Peter, in terms of, say, a précis of what happened during the day, we saw Atlantic Canada, particularly Newfoundland and Labrador, perhaps a little more conservative than was predicted by the polls. We see folks like Clifford Small holding on to his seat in central Newfoundland, and we see one seat, I presume, with Terra Nova still up for grabs. Can you give us a sense of where that one is?
Yes. Let me hold it over. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. While while you're doing that, Peter also mentioned that Nova Scotia seems to and the rest of Atlantic Canada seem to have come in where expected by the polls. I don't know that there was much to say about shifts in Quebec, except for perhaps the NDP not doing as well there as would expected, and the comment earlier about maybe the Bloc Québécois holding the balance of power. That's going to be an interesting outcome. Peter, can you remind me about Anthony Germain and the seat in Terra Nova?
Okay, so yes, Terra Nova is the one that's still up for grabs, and where it is right now, you've got 269 of 270 polls reporting. Okay, wow, and geez, there is some 46 votes difference between the Liberal and the Conservative. That's going to a recount.
Yeah, well, pretty interesting stuff. And then, of course, we haven't heard much. Perhaps it's just the demographic. We haven't heard much from Manitoba and Saskatchewan in terms of where they ended up vis-a-vis the polls that came in. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, Manitoba, look, basically, they seem to have split. Half Conservative, half Liberal, with one NDP vote. And it's Conservative in the South and Liberal in the North for Manitoba, which is kind of interesting.
Well, I guess that leaves Alberta and British Columbia. Any comments on Alberta?
Well, Alberta is pretty much what you expected. It's a blue sweep. You've got 2 Liberal and 1 NDP, and those are what you would expect, urban centers. So looking at this, NDP took Edmonton Strathcona, Liberals took Edmonton Central, and the other one...
Is it Calgary Centre that was also up for grabs?
I think so. I just have to point to the thing. Yeah, so that one, actually Calgary Confederation, and they went Liberal.
Interesting. Well, it also begs the question of what might have happened if Carney had gone to Edmonton for his riding in place of downtown central Ottawa. So, I guess the proof is in the pudding. Peter, before we hit the bottom of the hour and then begin the wind up for our shows, I want to take a few seconds to thank the folks from the West Coast production, yourself, myself, obviously, and some of the volunteers that helped us through the last month or so with the work that we have tried to do to put a show together. I want to take this opportunity to thank Baylie Adams as the producer. I've done a fantastic job with us tonight, Baylie. I want to thank you so much for your hard work. I think you have a bright career in radio. So if you don't hear it from anybody else, you can certainly hear it from us. We're just about at the bottom of the hour now. We'll come back. We have some wrap-up comments, and so in about 20 seconds, we will leave you to ponder while we bring you a little music interlude. We'll come back at the bottom of the hour, as I said, and deliver some final wrap-up remarks from the alt election coverage from 2025. We'll see you very soon.
This federal election night, tune into something different. Alt Election brings you live, coast-to-coast coverage powered by campus, community, and Indigenous radio stations. Real voices, real stories, real-time updates without the spin. Details at altelection.ca, altelexn.ca. Catch the results, the reactions, and the rhythms of change live on your local radio station. April 28th, Election Night. This is your airwaves. This is Alt Election. Brought to you by the NCRA, ANREC, and the Rideau Hall Foundation.
Excellent. Thanks for that PSA. We know that Mark Carney was on stage with his election speech. We don't really have the results. We also had some breaking news regarding that. Barry, you had a chance to listen to some of what Carney said. Do you want to report on that?
Yeah, so he's on stage right now going through some of his thank yous to everybody. Total numbers, looking at 165 seats. That's up plus 11 compared to last time. 43% sort of on the nose. That's plus 10.5% total vote. So obviously, with the Liberal and the Conservative total votes both gaining seats at the expense of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Carney took a moment to thank all of the leaders individually, speaking specifically to those and acknowledging Jagmeet Singh's work over the past number of years and thanking him for that. I specifically thanked Pierre Poilievre around a fair election and looking to work with everybody as they move forward. He did have a large pushback, specifically with Trump, and talking about the importance of how Canada has a fight going forward with what is happening from our former friends in the South. So he's wrapping up very shortly here on the time here, but a little bit from Canada's next Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a couple of seconds here to do the thank yous for everybody before we sign off in about 2 minutes. This program has been part of the Alt Election Coverage 2025 National Election Project, coordinated by the National Campus and Community Radio Association. It's an initiative supported by Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund in partnership with the Public Policy Forum, Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. While I have the time, I want to say thank yous across the board. Thank you to Barry Rooke and Catherine Fisher as executive producers. Our producer here in the West Coast, Baylie Adams. We had Kinza Zafar as the producer on the East Coast, and Mia Johnson. They did a marvelous stall over 3 hours. Myself and Peter Wainwright sitting here in the beautiful Radio Sydney studios. Technical coordinator has been Anthony Sanna, and social media coordinator Ken Zakreski. Thanks, Ken, as I mentioned earlier. We had other key contributors that I want to mention right now. Arbie Fru, Tanya Richardson, Bob Jonkman, Mickey Awasasi, Rob Haleman, Stephanie Hendricks, Jesse Wentzloff, Quenton Bradshaw, and there are 29 contributing stations, and along with 4 playing and 25 stations contributing content from CHMR, Memorial University, CKUT, McGill University, CJLX in Belleville, Ontario, CFWN in Cobourg, Ontario. Some wonderful comments. Thanks to the University of Lethbridge radio station CKXU, and again from BC, CHLY, Nelson, BC, CICK in Smithers, BC. So many people to thank. Thank you all very much, and we'll key it over as we go out.
Yeah, thank you, Radio Sydney and the team there. I just want to take a moment also to jump in and appreciate everybody that's been with us for the 6 hours. My name is Barry Rooke. I really appreciate all of that there. I'm going to look to drop us off here as we play an outro from my side of the computer as we're talking with Baylie here. And that's going to be followed up by an election coverage from our pre-election on media biases as we close out the top of the hour. For some stations that might be sticking with us, then there'll be online music from Earshot Daily to the morning whenever people wake up for that. So thanks once again, everybody, for your time and your participation tonight. And hopefully we'll wait 4 years before we have to do this all again. But we'll leave that to the polls and to the politicians now elected. This episode is part of the Alt Election 2025, a national collaboration bringing diverse voices and critical conversations to the airwaves ahead of Canada's federal election. Don't forget to tune in to our live National Election Night broadcast on Monday, April 28th, and visit altelxn.ca for interviews, resources. Thanks to our sponsors at the Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund, made possible through the Public Policy Forum, the Rideau Hall Foundation, and the Michener Awards Foundation. Thank you for listening. We'll see you on election night. Hello, my name's Barry Rooke. I'm the Executive Director of the National Campus and Community Radio Association. Over the next 30 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at biases, what it is, how it shows up in election coverage, and how it affects the way we understand politics and make decisions as part of the Alt Election 2025 federal election coverage, brought to you by Covering Canada Election 2025 Fund. Personally, I'm a 40-year-old white cis male, middle class, living in Ottawa on the unceded territories of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. I grew up in a two-parent household in the city of Guelph, where my mother worked at the university, and my father was a stay-at-home dad for my sister and myself. I followed in their footsteps through university by taking broadcasting courses and eventually researched how social media was being used in radio in 2011 and 2012 for my master's. I rent, because who can afford to buy anything, and I live with my